fellow citizens in our community. Let us always keep in mind the enduring values of our community, putting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which we can build with confidence. We are thankful for this day, its blessings, its opportunities, and even its challenges. May we be challenged to give our best always to our citizens and to our community, and continue to strive to make Jefferson City an even better place for us all. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's great to see such a wonderful crowd here tonight at City Hall. And a few things before we begin. There is a proclamation this evening, and we have several of our award winners that are here tonight. So we do have places here that they're sitting. So after that presentation, when they leave, there will be some seats available after that. And also in the meantime, for those of you standing in the back, if you would like to sit in a more comfortable seat until that time, directly across the hall, there is a room where you will be able to hear audio of the meeting too. So feel free to go across the hall and take a seat until that time if you would like to. So at this time, we will call the meeting to order. And Mrs. Powell, roll call, please.
Branch.
Here.
Costellas.
Here.
Graham.
Here.
Henry.
Here.
Hussey.
Here.
Mahalovich.
Here.
Prather.
Here.
Schreiber.
Here.
Scrivener.
Here.
Ward. Here.
Thank you. And this evening on the agenda, in just a moment, I'll entertain a moment to adopt the agenda, but also to adopt it with a change. And that change will be under the public hearing, item 5. Item B is the rezoning that a lot of you are probably here for this evening. And at that time, we will take all the speakers to talk about 2015-124. And after that public hearing, we will also allow the comments for 125 and 126. Essentially, there are 3 different bills that all pertain to the same subject, so that way we can take discussion for all 3 of those bills and then take up all 3 of the bills, so that way there's continuity on that subject and we don't have to then go through other items on the agenda and come back to that, since so many of you are here to speak on that particular topic. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with the change of adding under 5B1, adding 2015-125 and 2015-126.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And welcome. We have some Boy Scouts, and you're welcome to have a seat right there. Thank you for being here tonight. And usually, in the beginning, I always like to recognize the Scouts that are here tonight, and that was perfect timing for you to come in. So we always like the Scouts to come to the podium and say your name and what school you're from, and if you're working on any badge, you're welcome to say that. So would you 3 like to come to the podium and say where you're from? And if there's any other Scouts in the crowd this evening, you're welcome to come forward as well. So welcome. Thank you for being here. So if you'd like to tell us your names and what school you're from tonight.
I am Kevin Keeney, and I'm homeschool, and we are working on the Citizen in the Community Merit Badge.
Thank you. What troop are you from?
Troop 2.
Thank you. And would you like to introduce yourself too?
I'm August Grantham, same troop.
Wonderful. And you as well?
I'm Jack Kinney, and I'm from Troop 2.
Wonderful. Thank you all for being here tonight. Any other Scouts in the audience? Thank you. Great. Appreciate that. Item 4, miscellaneous agenda items. We have a proclamation for Serve Jeff City and Mission JC. So at this time, Councilman Hussey is going to go on the other side there to the podium. And I'm going to start by reading the proclamation. And while you're out there, please mark your calendars for April 23rd and 24th. And you have some others with you as well if you'd like to come. And I'll read the proclamation, and then Ken will give us some information and introduce all of our volunteers tonight. Whereas volunteering one's time, talent, and resources has been an integral part of our community and is essential, we continue the tradition of giving and sharing to preserve and improve the quality of life for citizens of our community. And whereas volunteers affect real change in our neighborhoods, community, and city by investing their time, energy, and valuable skills to address many needs of our community. And whereas community organizations, churches, and volunteers work together to offer our citizens an opportunity to collectively serve and impact our community. And whereas this spring, Serve Jeff City will be on April 23rd and Mission JC will be on April 24th and will collectively involve over 1,000 volunteers. Whereas the City of Jefferson, Serve Jeff City, and Mission JC are committed to supporting and partnering in efforts that improve the quality of life to keep Jefferson City the most beautiful small town in America. Now therefore I, Carrie Turgeon, Mayor of the City of Jefferson, do hereby resolve that April 23rd and 24th, 2016 be declared Weekend of Service in Jefferson City and urge all citizens to recognize and participate in the valuable contribution made by volunteers and our service organizations and encourage others to serve the community to improve their own life as well as the life of others. First of all, thank you to all of the volunteers for being here, and I would like to turn it over to Councilman Hussey.
All righty. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Behind me are volunteers and planning committee members from both Mission JC and Serve Jeff City. These two events, while they happen on the same weekend, we kind of operate independently, but at the same time, we like to cross-promote and also make sure that our projects kind of work in tandem together. I'll speak a little bit about Serve Jeff City and let Melissa Hatfield speak a little bit about Mission JC. Serve Jeff City is a partnership between the City of Jefferson, Parks and Rec, the YMCA, the United Way, who am I missing? Lincoln University, and some other great sponsors that help us put this event on. And this is our 5th year for Serve Jeff City. We'll be at parks around the community, cleaning up, planting trees, mulching things, picking up trash. We'll be cleaning Wares Creek. The Stream Team, that's the other group that works with us, the Department of Conservation. We'll be cleaning Wares Creek, part of the Arbor Day celebration. And we also get a lot into the United Way agencies, the Boys and Girls Club, Special Learning Center, Jeff City Daycare, just to name a few. And the concept is just to give people an opportunity who are looking to serve, but maybe don't have an outlet to do so, a chance to do it in a collective fashion. We'll kick off on Saturday the 23rd at McClung Park with pancake breakfast at 8 a.m. provided by Senator Mike Kehoe. Him and his crew have cooked pancakes for the last 4 years for us, so the meal alone is worth it. It's a free event. You get a free T-shirt thanks to our sponsors, and then we'll wrap up by about noon that day. So people can come out to McClung, eat, and then go to their project sites and get their T-shirt. If they want to sign up, servejeffcity.org is the place to go. We'd encourage them to register this week to guarantee their T-shirt. They can register as an individual, a family, or even for their their business as well. And so it's a great way to do some team building. It's a great way to get the family out and make an impact. And now I'll let Melissa talk about Mission JC.
Thank you, Ken. And thank you for having us tonight for the recognition. I stand with representatives from 8 different churches here in Jefferson City who are joining together for our 4th Mission JC. And ours happens on Sunday, April 24th. Some of those churches cancel all their worship and Bible study and activities at their church to go out and worship in a different way through service, and some hold services as well. The whole goal is for us to give back to the community that we love and that we're really grateful that God has placed us here. And so we have a morning of over 50 projects that people can sign up for if they go to missionjc.org. We work a lot with our public schools. We have 9 different schools that we're involved with in helping inside and outside, parks projects, community organizations, senior adult living centers. Really, there's a wide variety for people of all ages and all abilities to give back that morning. And so I'm so grateful that it is not just a church, but it's 8 different churches that stand together to say we want to give back, and we're grateful to be a part of this wonderful community. So missionjc.org gives you all the details about the day. And thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all for giving back to the community. Really appreciate your work, and we'd love for you all to come forward, and we'll take a picture here with the city seal in the background, and that way we can share about your event, and I'll present you this proclamation. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. So you all are welcome to come on up here.
We're going to need you guys all way over. Yeah.
Squeeze on in.
I still don't have the ones on the ends. I'm sorry. Can more come maybe in the front? Okay, if I get Ken in, I don't have you two. Let me go back just a little bit. Sorry, can't get you guys in. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good to see you. Thanks. Thank you. Some great organizations making a positive impact on our community. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and item B, we have a proclamation for April is Fair Housing Month, and we will invite Alan Wheat, President of Jefferson City Area Board of Realtors, to the podium. And I'm going to start by reading the proclamation, and then we have a presentation from the Board of Realtors. So welcome, Alan, and I'll read this here. Whereas April 11th, 2016 marks the 48th anniversary of the passage of the U.S. Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, as amended, which enunciates a national policy of fair housing without regard to race, color, creed, national origin, sex, family status, and handicapped. Whereas this law encourages fair housing opportunities for all citizens, and whereas the City of Jefferson, as well as the Jefferson City Area Board of Realtors, are committed to highlight the Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 by continuing to address discrimination in our community, to support programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities, and to plan partnership efforts with their organizations to help assure every American of their right to fair housing. Now therefore I, Carrie Turgeon, Mayor of City of Jefferson, do hereby resolve that April 2016, being Fair Housing Month, begins a year-long commemoration of the U.S. Fair Housing Law in Jefferson City, and urge all citizens to wholeheartedly recognize this celebration throughout the year.
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, I'm Alan Wheat, and I'm the current president of the Jefferson City Area Board of Realtors. And this is Stephanie Biggs, our 2016 Community Outreach Diversity Awareness Chair. On behalf of the Jefferson City Area Board of Realtors, we would like to thank the Mayor and City Council for recognizing April as a Fair Housing Month. This is our 8th year of sponsoring the poster contest. The poster contest was open to all 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students within the jurisdiction of the Jefferson City Area Board of Realtors, which is Cole, Callaway, Montauk, and Osage counties. This year's theme was Fair Housing, Together We Make a Neighborhood. All posters will be on display at the Capitol Mall during the month of April. We want to thank our sponsors, Community Point Bank, Hawthorne Bank, Midwest Title and Escrow, Regions Bank, and the City of Jefferson, and our judges, Ann DeRozier with the Village Art Studio, and Mayor Carrie Turgeon. At this time, Stephanie Biggs, Jamie Abbott, Neighborhood Services Coordinator for the City of Jefferson, and the Mayor will present the award to this year's winners.
Thank you, and I was honored to be a judge for this contest. I have to say there was some amazing talent from these young artists, and I appreciate all that you did to capture what fair housing means. I was very impressed. So at this time, all the winners, I will also be presenting a city coin. So thank you.
Fourth grade, first place, Dalen Barnes. Fourth grade, second place, Ryan Lepper.
4th grade, 2nd place, Ryan Lepper.
5th grade, 3rd place, Ryan Lepper. 4th grade, 2nd place, Ryan Lepper. 4th grade, 1st place, Ryan Lepper. 4th grade, 1st place, Ryan Lepper. 4th grade, 3rd place, Abby Lutemeyer. Fifth grade, Gabrielle Hector, 1st place. Fifth grade, 2nd place, Emily Bishop. Fifth grade, 3rd place, Carly Harrison. Sixth grade, 1st place, Olivia Andrews. Sixth grade, 2nd place, Wyatt Barnes. Sixth grade, 3rd place, Hannah Rayleigh.
Closer, please. I can't see you. Just go, there you go. Okay, ready? Okay, that's it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank Thank you to all the students and award recipients and their families for being here. And you're welcome to leave, and appreciate you being here. We had a wonderful audience for everybody tonight, and I enjoyed seeing the artwork on the screens tonight as well. Good job, everybody. Thank you. All right, and as we begin to prepare for item 5, the public hearing, City Councilor Drew Hilpert will explain the process for the public hearing this evening. And we have seats here available too. If people would like to fill in, they're welcome to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council in 2010 adopted a procedure for public hearings, and so the last time we had one of these, actually may not have been this group, but we don't use it too often because we don't have that big a group on most public hearings. But there is a process we hope helps keep things going. The city staff will initially present an overview of the issue. The proponent, which is the developer, will have 10 minutes to make a presentation. Then the first person in opposition, or if the opposition has someone they'd like to speak, they will also get 10 minutes. And then after that, each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak. And then finally, the applicant will have 5 minutes at the end to present any rebuttal evidence. And we'll go until everyone's had a chance to be heard. No person is allowed to speak a second time without consent of the council, without a majority vote of the council. And once the hearing is closed, cannot take additional evidence from testimony without 2/3 of the members of the hearing body. So we'll start with the staff, then go to the developer, and then the opponent. We'll all get 10 minutes, and after that, it's 5 minutes for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hilpert. And also want to mention, like I said earlier, if anybody doesn't want to stand, there are seats across the hall that have audio, so you're all welcome to have a seat if you would like. So at this time, I'll ask Mrs. McMillan to give us the summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And actually, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Thank you.
Do we want to read the bill first?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Powell. This is Bill 2015-122.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, changing, amending, and modifying the zoning map of the zoning code of the City of Jefferson by rezoning .3 acres of land located to the rear of 2821 and 2827 South 10 Mile Drive from RD, Medium Density Residential, and CO, Office Commercial, to C1, Neighborhood Commercial, and endorsing an associated comprehensive plan amendment.
Thank you. So at this time, I will open the public hearing, and I will ask the applicant to come forward if there's anyone here that would like to speak in favor.
Actually, we'll have, I think Janice does the presentation first.
Over Janice, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mrs. McMillan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'm going to describe the comprehensive plan amendment. The neighborhood along South 10 Mile Drive and the area participated in development of a neighborhood plan. And part of that plan was to aid in the transition of this neighborhood from residential to commercial in an orderly fashion. So there are some situations that have arisen recently. This is a little difficult to see here, but Arby's is located here where my pointer is. This is South Stone Ridge Parkway, and this is the intersection with South 10 Mile Drive. Missouri Boulevard is up at the top of the screen. So the applicant has requested a rezoning of the land, .3 of an acre, behind 2821 and 2827 South 10 Mile Drive. This is the Arby's. This is the currently a location of Gratz Real Estate. So they have a contract to purchase this building and the house next door, and also they would like to purchase the strip of land immediately behind that for retail development. Currently, the area in red is zoned C1 Neighborhood Commercial. The area in brown is zoned RD, Residential District, and they would like to zone the RD portion to C1 Neighborhood Commercial to support the retail development. This shows the area a little more, you can see the underlying uses a little more clearly. So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended rezoning of this property at their meeting of March 10th and the associated comprehensive plan amendment. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions at this time for Mrs. McMillan? Okay. At this time, we'll ask if the applicant would like to present. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike Bates, Central Missouri Professional Services, 2500 East McCarty Street. And Eric or Janice, I think we've got a couple of visuals. So if we could put those up. The request tonight, as Janice indicated, we've prepared a parcel division in accordance with the city's subdivision rules and regulations, and subject to council approval of the rezoning and the comprehensive plan amendment, it's the intent to close the purchase and build. We realize that you're dealing with the zoning and comp plan amendment, but quite often there's an interest by the council in the merits as to what's going here, and that would be the Goodwill store that's currently located on Missouri Boulevard at Southwest Boulevard. In addition to the visual we've provided there, we do have a visual. The blue is actually the 14,000 square feet plus store. The parking, the layout of the site would actually face east towards Missouri Boulevard because of visibility. There would be two drive approaches. The purpose, and the applicant has gone to significant effort in regard to extra architectural and site development plans, because they wanted to be certain what they were planning to build would fit on the site, and that's actually a copy of the site plan. The next visual, I think, is actually elevations of the store. I apologize for the rotation. We couldn't fix that. And then the last, which I think is most important, indicates those properties that are non-owner occupied. And basically what we're seeing there, those are rental properties, and as the Stone Ridge Drive developed, the Kohl's store, Dick's Sporting Goods, Sam's, we took a look. The city was actually interested in how this is all going to fit together as a major plan, and that was in 2010, and the city came up and adopted the redevelopment plan for the neighborhood. So we absolutely agree the neighborhood's in transition. We do have representatives here from Goodwill, the architect, and the engineer if the council's interested in additional information. Again, I understand that this is a rezoning issue, but I think sometimes the council may are interested in what the proposed use is if everything is successful. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Any questions at this time? Councilman Scrivener?
So the red represents where the owner's address doesn't match the person living there?
That's correct.
And so I assume by default the others are owner-operated?
We don't have absolute verification of that, but we're assuming that because of the listed address.
And you mentioned something about partial. Is this a division of an existing lot, or will part of that be a division of an existing lot?
Actually, too, and I'll refer to up being north and the area, the L-shaped area is actually a parcel that would be cut off from an existing non-platted area. So that therein lies the parcel division that requires the recorded survey to allow the transfer of the property.
So the brown portion, which is a residential designation now that's on the back side of the red, is that's all one lot. It just happens to have two zonings on one lot right now.
It's actually, the interesting thing about that, Mr. Scrivener, is that the cross-hatched area for the two lots, they're both zoned commercial right now. That just symbolizes that other location is not occupied by the owner.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bates. Is there anyone else here this evening that would like to speak in favor or against this item? Yes, welcome.
My name is Malcolm Leaderbrook. I live at 2830 South 10 Mile Drive. I have a presentation, but I apologize I didn't get in time for you to see the pictures. I have some concerns about Goodwill, their plans about moving into this neighborhood, not them themselves, but just their plans. First off, I would like to know what was the date that the traffic study was done? Because Sam's opened in on July 23rd, 2015. Around that time is when Stone Ridge was connected to Stadium Drive. We'd like to know if the traffic study was done after that, and if so, another question is, was it done during the daytime, and at what time? Was there any counting for how long? And also, was there any counting for how long? I thought I got 10 minutes. Well, anyway, for how long did they do that counting? Was it for just 1 hour, or whatever. And then the second thing is, was any counting done after 5 o'clock? 'Cause most people shop at Sam's after 5 o'clock because they do work. Another thing, was any counting done over the weekend? Because that's when a lot of traffic comes into town to go to Sam's. If it was not, then I believe that we're not getting a true count of what the traffic is like in that area. Also, if you've been out there on that area, you know that the intersection between Missouri Boulevard, South 10 Mile Drive, and Stone Ridge can get very congested, and the ramp coming off the Missouri Boulevard from 179 onto Stone Ridge is a very dangerous spot, especially for those that's trying to turn in to South 10 Mile Drive coming up Stone Ridge. There's been several accidents there, and another question I have is, has there been a study to see how many accidents happened in that intersection before Sam's and the road was put all the way through, and afterwards? That's because there has been many accidents lately. I don't know how many, but more than we ever had before. Now, all the pictures you've seen have been bird's eye view. None of them have been ground view, and which I have, but again, I'm sorry I didn't get them turned in time. If you stand at South 10 Mile Drive, which comes off Stone Ridge, and look up South 10 Mile Drive, you notice that there's a hill and it curves to the left a little bit. You cannot see traffic coming down South 10 Mile Drive from that intersection. So my question is, I think there's going to be some problems there because of the traffic that's going to be generated from the Goodwill. Also, the road that was put in at South 10 Mile Drive when Arby was put in ends at Arby's. That road condition is great. After that, you will see that there's cracks, holes, and all kinds of problems with the road after Arby's. My question is, how is that road going to handle all the traffic from construction equipment that needs to be coming in to create the Goodwill, and plus the traffic that's going to be generated by individuals and semi-trucks going into Goodwill to deliver and pick up items? If you, again, like I said, there's a hill on South 10 Mile Drive, and where they're proposing to put the first driveway is right 3/4 up the hill. You can still not see the traffic coming down South 10 Mile Drive towards Stone Ridge. I think that's asking for a lot of trouble, and you're going to be asking for more accidents. You do not see the full traffic coming down South 10 Mile Drive until you get past where they propose to put their first driveway. So I really believe that in order for y'all to get a true idea of what this is like, you need to either get pictures taken and see them, or go out and look at yourself what I'm talking about on South 10 Mile Drive and that hill. Now, the second driveway that they're proposing to put in is right next to a fire hydrant or over a fire hydrant. Are they going to be moving that fire hydrant? And if so, how far, and how's that going to be taken care of? And I guess my last question I have, well, I have some other things. When they do the building, will there be blasting? If there is going to be blasting, what is going to protect the homeowner next to it and the homeowner across the streets and down the streets a little bit? We have experience of blasting in that neighborhood when Kohl's went in, and it wasn't good. I mean, there was a lot of upset people over that, and we're talking about if they're going to be blasting even closer now than it was before. So that's a concern. Another thing, he talks about all those rental properties. Yeah, there's a lot of rental property out there, but I'm a homeowner. I live there. A homeowner, buying a home is the biggest investment an individual makes. And just kind of poo-pooing us because we live with a bunch of rental property too, kind of upsets me. Because that was a big investment on my part, and now you're acting like, well, that's just the way it is. I'm sorry, but if you all lived there and you heard that kind of comment, I'm afraid you all would be a little bit upset too. I think that's about all I would just like to really say for right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is there anyone else here that would like to speak in favor or against? Welcome.
Ashley Beck, 2831 South 10 Mile Drive. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and you'll have 5 minutes. Thank you. There they go.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I as well am a resident on that street. I am right next to what will be the Goodwill, so I am approaching this as it is going to happen. I have questions, and I'm just going to ask them basically. If you look at the aerial view, we are right, left, adjacent to the property. So we are curious, my husband and I, as what type of fencing or wall there is going to be in order to keep our property as enjoyable as possible, and what kind of trees or anything like that. This is our first home as well, which was a major investment in our part. What type of lighting and will there be in the area at night in order to keep our family safe on the weekends? Will there, how much? Is it going to be too light at night where it's keeping us awake at night, or is it going to be dark? My next question is, what kind of, during the construction, is it going to impact our property on our tree line right there? And so that's my question. What are the proposed start dates and end dates for the construction? When exactly will they begin? And with my neighbor, who is directly across the street from me, there is quite a bit of traffic that is has come in since Sam's has gone in, and we do have some issues major with people coming into our driveway and on our property to turn around. How are you going to prevent that, or what is your plan on that? There really is only one way to come in. There are 2 ways out, but like he said, where 179 meets that ramp, it does get quite congested, and that causes a lot of extra traffic to go right if they aren't wanting to go to the boulevard, and so that does cause a lot of extra traffic. Also, with being right next to what will, I guess, be the retaining wall of some sort or fence, that, I believe, if I'm looking at it correctly, is the loading dock for Goodwill. So what hours of operation is the loading and unloading going to be happening? And then last but not least, my question is power lines. We do have power lines attached to our house, and I know if there's like semis and all that stuff coming in and out with loading and unloading, what's the plan with getting those fixed and changed, because those do attach to our house, being an older house and area. So again, this is a residential area that they are trying to turn commercial, so there still are residents living there, not just rental people. So that's my list of questions.
Thank you. And I know there's been a lot of questions raised, so we'll take the speakers, and then Mrs. McMillan, if you would want to address some of those. Anyone else here to speak on this item? And if not, at the end of the hearing, we do have opportunity for the applicant to be given an additional 5 minutes. Would the applicant like to do so? And maybe, Mr. Bates, you may be able to provide some answers as well.
Mike Bates, Central Missouri Professional Services, 2500 East McCarty Street. I think there's been some good questions, and the representatives, their engineers, architects, and owner, I would suggest that this might be an appropriate time for them to answer some of those questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Eric Kirchner. I'm with Cochran Engineering. I'm the civil engineering firm representing Goodwill this evening. In regards to the lady's recent questions there, I'd like to just take a chance to kind of answer a few of her questions. In regards to the type of wall that'll be adjoining her property, that's going to be a modular type block wall system. Which exactly block, I'm not sure yet. That hasn't been selected yet, but it'll be a Versalock or some sort of ready type a wall that'll be put in there and be constructed. And then as in regards to the landscaping along the adjoining property lines, that'll be buffered according to the city's requirements with a combination of trees and shrubs, whatever the code requires, whether it be deciduous trees or evergreen trees or a mix of that sort to provide them with proper buffering along that according to the city's code. And then the lighting that's going to be on the site, we'll have parking lot lights, obviously, and those will be active on times of the store being open, and most likely along that property line, since it's residential right there, we'll shield the backside of those lights so they don't have any overcast coming across the property line. We're looking for virtually zero intensity right at the lot line so they don't get any overcast lighting on their property. And she asked if there was going to be any impact to her property directly. Answer to that's no. Obviously, we can't cross our property line, so we'll be staying off the property line and to give ourselves enough room to work, be able to build those walls, plant those trees, and come up from there to build our facility. In regards to start and stop of construction, obviously those haven't been completely set yet because we're before you this evening for the approvals. Got to get through this, have to get the construction plans drawn up and submitted to the city and get them reviewed and permitted. And once that starts, we're probably 6 months build time from start to finish on one of these typically. So just a matter of when it starts. I'm not exactly sure right now, depending on when we get through the process here. Hours of operation on the dock, I'm going to let Goodwill answer that question. And in regards to any existing utilities out there, obviously we'll take and evaluate those for clearances and the aerial electric, make sure the trucks can get under them and everything like that. If there's any adjustments needed to those, we will take care of that and make sure that we have the proper clearances. So there'll be no impact to the adjoining neighbors in regards to the utilities, the existing utility portions. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Goodwill and let them answer a couple of questions, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Dave Kutchback from Goodwill. And our hours of operation are Monday through Saturday from 9 in the morning until 8 in the evening. On Sundays, it's from 10 to 6. And I need to leave enough time for my engineer to come back up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shouldn't he get a fresh five or something?
Well, the issue is they could have signed up to speak in favor as well. And any time the council starts asking questions, it's not limited by time.
Madam Mayor, I'll be very brief. There was a question about blasting. No blasting is anticipated for this project. Actually, it will be filled to the south or the rear of the lot. The concern about turnaround, since I am familiar with the area and at times do use a private drive to turn around, this will actually create 2 drive approaches that will allow a loop. So if somebody mistakenly goes westbound into the neighborhood and really wants to turn around and go back, Goodwill will serve that purpose. And then in regard to the traffic study is actually coordinated with the city. Since it is a 14,000 plus square foot building, it was absolutely a requirement. From our understanding, we take that, the annual daily traffic, and then we break that down into the peak hours, AM and PM. That was done in January of this year, so it was absolutely done, to cover the additional use that Sam's has created.
Thank you. Councilman Scribner?
I mentioned a Versalock wall, so will there be a different elevation for the building lot and the homeowner, the need for the wall?
As I understand the preliminary design right now, the wall is more for the rear of the lot. Essentially, the building is at grade, dropping just a little bit from the existing street. So the wall is primarily, Mr. Scribner, for the rear of the property.
So if it's on the same grade as the homeowner, would there be, I know there'd be shrubs and trees and so forth, but is there any intention or expectation of some kind of a fence or other barrier that would separate the 2 properties?
And I hate to be difficult, but I'd have to refer that to somebody else.
I understand that. If I could have remembered what my question was, I would have asked before he left, but I couldn't remember the question.
I know
Would he like to address that question? Sure. Thank you.
Basically, we would be looking, the building's going to be setting like this, and then the wall is going to go around the rear, like Mike said, and adjoining property, there'll be part of their property, you'll see a little bit of that wall, and then the wall will start to grow as you go around the rear of it. Anticipating landscaping at the base of the wall to kind of buffer that wall a little bit. Then we'll have a fence on top, up on our side, so that nobody, obviously safety reasons, that's with the wall, you want to make sure nobody's going to fall off of that. So anticipation is to put a fence at the top of the wall. We're planning to put one at the bottom right now. We're planning on just landscaping that real nice along there, since the wall basically keeps the buffer itself, and then kind of breaking that up with plants.
And you're anticipating the wall will be entirely on Goodwill property?
Oh, absolutely.
And then the buffer will be between the wall and the property line?
Yeah, if you got your property line, and then the wall would sit here, and then the buffering would be between the property line and the wall. Everything will be on Goodwill's property, yes.
Is it possible, and I know you can't probably answer this definitively, but is it possible that if it were desirable or desirous on the part of the homeowner, would it be possible to extend the fence out to the streets, you think? Is that a possibility?
Are you talking about up on our level, all the way out to the street?
I mean, on your property, in order to make sure that there's a division between your property and the homeowner, is that something that you would consider?
That's something we could talk about, sure.
Okay. All right. And then, I don't know that you can answer this, but the other question, I know the lady asked about loading and unloading and hours of operation for that. I was curious what hours that might occur.
Mark Hars with MERS Goodwill. A couple of things. As far as the fence goes, if that's what the city would like and our neighbor, we're by all means, we'll put the fence up. It doesn't bother us at all. As far as the operation, Dave gave the hours that the store's open. The loading dock that is to that western area that would border the neighbor there, those trucks are our trucks. We own all the trucks. All the drivers are our drivers. They come out of our hub in St. Louis, which is where our headquarters are. So transportation runs from 7 to 4, Monday through Saturday. They're going to take 2 hours to get here. So we'd really be looking at trucks showing up there between 9 and 2.
During the daytime?
During the daytime, Monday through Saturday. We don't run transportation on Sunday, so it would vary, and we would never see more than one truck in a day here in Jeff City, because it's hard run to make for us from St. Louis.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Any questions that I could answer on Goodwill operation?
Are there any other questions? Thank you, and it's good to hear that there may be some flexibility as you hear some of the needs and concerns of the neighbors as far as the fence, for example. I think that's a good example that maybe having some good communication, with you and the developer and the neighbors is something that could be maybe an ongoing process that maybe Janice McMillan and her department could kind of make sure as these concerns arrives, because sometimes there could be some opportunities for buffer or fencing that maybe you hadn't thought about, but it's nice to hear that you are flexible on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or from either party? Okay, at this time I will close that public hearing and we will take up 2015-122. Mrs. Powell, roll call please.
Branch.
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. Bill passes, I'm sorry. Thank you. All right. And thank you for being here for that item. We'll move on now to item B, public hearing B. Mrs. Powell?
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, changing, amending, and modifying the zoning map of the zoning code of the City of Jefferson by rezoning 14.69 acres of land addressed as 1414 West Main Street from PUD, Planned Unit Development, to RS3, Single Family Residential, and endorsing an associated comprehensive plan amendment.
Thank you. At this time, I will open, I'm going to have Mrs. McMillan give her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This particular bill, Bill 2015-124, is a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezoning. I just wanted to touch on the comprehensive plan amendment first. The area for the subject of the comprehensive plan amendment, this is an area that's currently zoned PUD and was designated for high-density residential development. So part of the proposal under the rezoning is to amend the comprehensive plan so that it reverts back to low-density residential. This is the area that shows the area, the PUD area, 14.69 acres. Also, as part of the presentations tonight, I asked Eric Barron to be present so that he could go through the presentation that was given to the Planning and Zoning Commission at their meeting in March, on March 10th. And so I'll turn it over to Eric in just a moment, but I also wanted to just briefly touch on a matter that applicants, I shouldn't call it applicant, a protest petition was delivered to the city clerk's office on Friday, April 1st, and the planning division has analyzed that zoning protest petition that's referenced for this rezoning case. And I just wanted to report that the Missouri statutes and the city's code prescribe the standards under which a zoning protest may be received and verified. So Missouri statutes prescribe that persons owning land within 185 feet of an area to be rezoned have basically a standing to protest zoning decisions. And zoning protest decisions must meet the minimum requirements of the statute and the city code. The protest was filed at least 24 hours in advance of the council's vote on the matter. The documents filed on Friday, April 1st do meet the filing deadline prescribed in Section 35-74 of the City Code. The protest received on April 1st was signed by 4 owners of land that own property in the 185-foot buffer area. And the email that was provided to the council, those owners are indicated as numbers 12, 17, 20, and 27 on the attachment. So the area owned by those 4 referenced landowners who own land within 185 feet of the area proposed for rezoning.
Mrs. McMillan, could you, some people in the back can't hear. I'm getting a signal.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. So the petition was signed by 4 of the landowners owning land within 185 feet of the area proposed for rezoning, and that represents 4.12% of the affected land area. So it fails to meet the minimum threshold of the 30% required by Missouri Statute 89.060. There were a number of general protest petitions that were received also. Those are statements of opinion, and so do not qualify for the minimum petition requirements. So that memo was provided to the council, and I believe Drew forwarded that. So, okay. So we'll provide that information to those who are interested in that report. So I'd like to turn the presentation over to Eric so that he can go through what was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Janice mentioned, this is a presentation that was given to the Planning and Zoning Commission at their meeting on March 10th. And of course, the case number and a couple of addresses that are associated with this request. And the request comes in 2 parts. There's 2 different items for consideration. The first is a rezoning and a comprehensive plan amendment for a certain portion of property. And then the second is a subdivision plat. And I'll describe each of those in turn. First, I'd like to orient you to the location of this request. Up on the screen is a location map of the city. To point out a few of the major roads in the area, toward the bottom of the screen is West Main Street. Toward the left-hand side of the screen is East Circle Drive. And then branching off of East Circle Drive, going through the middle of the screen and off the top is Hazelton Drive. The properties are highlighted in yellow. There are 2 separate properties that are part of this request, each owned by a separate property owner. The property to the left is a property owned by the Paul Chin Trust. Paul Chin is deceased. For the purposes of this evening, I'll refer to that property as the Chin property. The larger property to the right is owned by River Bluff Condominiums, LLC, a company. And Mr. Dick Otke is a principal of that company. And for the purposes of this evening, I'll refer to that as the Otke property. First, to highlight a few items on each of the properties. Up on the screen is the Chin property. It consists of 4.28 acres. It has a single-family house constructed on the property, along with a couple of outbuildings, garages. And the property connects to Hazelton Drive. This extends all the way to Hazelton Drive, and there's a driveway off of Hazelton Drive serving the house. Next is the Otke property. It's 14.69 acres. It has frontage on West Main Street. There's a creek that flows through this area. It's named Coon Creek, that roughly bisects the property in half, going through the middle of the property. And first I'll go through the first request, the rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment. Up on the screen is a zoning map of the area, with the property highlighted and a dotted line separating the two properties that are part of this request. First, the Chin property, located to the left, is currently zoned RS3, which is a single-family residential zoning district, and has been zoned RS3 for many years. The Otke property is shown as being zoned PUD, which stands for Planned Unit Development. And that is a result of a development plan that was proposed and passed by the council in 2005 that envisioned a condominium development on the property, and I'll add to that later. The proposal is to rezone the Otke property from its designation of PUD to RS3, single-family residential. Prior to being zoned PUD, the property was zoned RS3, the same as the zoning designation for properties on both sides, except that the southern portion of the property fronting on Main Street was zoned in RA2, similar to what is the zoning situation along West Main Street. Next, up on the screen is an excerpt of the city's comprehensive plan, the development plan map located within that document. The development plan map is essentially the future land use map for the city. It's the document that zoning decisions are made on. The development plan map currently shows the Chin property as being designated for a low-density residential development befitting its single-family zoning. It shows the Otke property as intended for high-density residential development, again, as a result of the 2005 condominium plan that was approved for the property. The high-density residential designation, of course, matching up with the multifamily nature of a condominium development. The request is to redesignate the Otke property from its current designation of high-density residential back to low-density residential in order to match the designations on each side of the property and support the requested rezoning to single-family residential. In zoning terminology, this would essentially be considered a downzoning, moving from a high-density situation to a lower-density designation. Next, I'll go through the preliminary and final subdivision plats. The preliminary plat is an item that's considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The final subdivision plat is an item for consideration by the council as contained within a council bill. First, to show you the boundaries of the subdivision, they're a little bit different than the property as a whole. So up on the screen is a yellow line depicting the boundaries of the portion of the property proposed to be subdivided. Again, the Chin property, located to the left, it consists of the entirety of the Chin property, so the entirety of the Chin property would be located within the subdivision. And then the northern half or so of the Otke property. The southern boundary of the subdivision is essentially along Coon Creek. Now up on the screen is a line drawing depicting the lot arrangement that is proposed with the subdivision. There are 9 lots proposed. One of the lots is platted around the existing home on the property, the old Chin home. One lot, located right there where my mouse pointer is designated for construction of a sanitary sewer pump station. And then that leaves 7 lots for construction of new single-family residential homes. The subdivision would be served by a cul-de-sac street measuring 650 feet in length, proposed name of River Bluff Court, with access off of Hazelton Drive. The next screen is a preliminary subdivision plat, again considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is the drawing that shows the street design and utility service plan for the proposed subdivision. Includes the lot layout and topography on the property. And the next slide is the final subdivision plat, which is the item for consideration by the City Council. This is the legal document, the document that it would, if approved, actually be recorded at the county recorder's office and would be used for transfer of property. The document includes a space for the mayor's signature, if approved. The document also includes space for subdivision covenants to be noted on the plat. There have been a copy of subdivision covenants that were included in your packet. So subdivision restrictions and covenants are proposed for this development. There's one item worth noting within those covenants, an item that often comes up during discussion of developments, and that is that each lot is reserved for construction of one single-family home, and so could not be divided or have more than one home constructed on it. And so the lot arrangement and number of houses is what would be the final form of the development. And to go back to the boundaries of the subdivision plat, or of the subdivision, again, the connection is proposed off of Hazelton Drive with a cul-de-sac street. There's one item, a variance that is requested associated with the subdivision plat. The standard standard width for a cul-de-sac type street within the subdivision code is 50 feet. This cul-de-sac that is proposed for the subdivision measures 50 feet in width for its entirety, except for a small portion located immediately adjacent to Hazelton Drive. And I have a blow-up screen that shows this area and describes this issue a little bit. This is a blow-up of the intersection of River Bluff Court and Hazelton Drive as it's proposed within the infrastructure improvement plans that were submitted along with the subdivision plats. First, to orient you, Hazelton Drive is located here to the left of the screen, and River Bluff Court extending over to the right. The gray area is the driving surface, the actual pavement of the road. The thick black lines are the curb lines of the street as they would be built. The green shaded area is the sidewalks that would be built in association with the development. And the yellow lines are the property lines or the right-of-way lines that would be the boundaries of the street. And the width of the street, as I mentioned, is 50 feet, up to a point located about 7 feet back from the right-of-way line along Hazelton Drive. And it largely arises as a result of a triangular property located right there that was under the ownership of the property owner here to the south of the screen and was transferred to the Chin, Paul Chin at the time, but transferred it in a manner that has restrictions on it that does not allow it to be used as part of the right-of-way for a subdivision. So this triangular property, which measures about 20 inches in width and about 7 feet in length, is the purpose for the requested variance. As you can see, the triangle is located away from the road and would not conflict with any of the infrastructure that is proposed to serve the development. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Matt Marash, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Marash.
Thank you. And I'll run through just an infrastructure summary real quick that the engineering division does for subdivisions, but basically just describing the subdivision. The roadway is 25-foot paved roadway with curb and gutter, enclosed storm sewers. Parking would only be allowed on one side for that width of roadway, and there's actually a bill that we'll be taking up later that restricts that parking. And then that allows sidewalk to be constructed on one side as well. Constructed on one side. It's on. And that would be, get it now? Yep. And that would be allow sidewalk on the one side, but I was just kind of going through the notes on the slide there. There was now the subdivision is of such a size that it doesn't require a traffic study per se, but staff did analysis of the subdivision as far as traffic goes, and I have a summary there on the slide. But basically, the bottom line is 7 new houses. We feel the existing roadway network would not be adversely affected by this development. And just some of the details we utilized there were 10 houses as a very conservative estimate, 70 new trips per day. It's 10 per house. And 10% of those typically occur in the peak hour. So that's what you look at when you're now analyzing a roadway such as this in the area. The roadway connection to Hazleton would meet required site distance criteria, and we didn't find any preventable accident history along Hazleton. And I have a next slide here that basically summarizes all that data. A couple interesting things on it to point out. We did some traffic counting, and there's between, a little over 200 cars a day on one leg and a little over 300 on the southern leg. One thing to note is the speed on the roadway, the average speed or 85th percentile speed is actually quite good for the neighborhood. It's probably due to the narrowness of the street and cars parked and so forth. And so we typically find when people we're asked to do these studies that our 85th percentile speed in many neighborhoods is up in the mid to upper 30s, so the speed is low compared to a lot of neighborhoods in town. The site distance is shown there, both to the northerly direction, southerly direction, and both meets the required site distance from our analysis. Oops. And just we threw this in, we had this slide, we didn't show it at the Planning Commission, but just kind of, this is an accident location map off our GIS, and anyone can go out and look at it, but the stars indicate where accidents do occur, or have occurred, excuse me. And the subdivision will be built in this area here where I got the mouse pointer. And you can see, obviously, there's no stars in the immediate vicinity. But we review this just to kind of give us a quick look at accident data, and it's typically what we would find. Look at the four-way stop near West Elementary. A lot of crashes there. That would be fairly typical, just due to the level of traffic. So, again, just another quick analysis the city staff does when we do look at these things, and we import this data from the Highway Patrol, so into our GIS. Stormwater, another typical concern of neighborhoods. In the River Bluff proposed subdivision, our new stormwater quality regs do require the 60-foot setback from the stream. This is to filter pollutants and those sort of things. In addition to that, we have a new stormwater restriction since this plat was last filed, so we will be asking for additional deed restricted area beyond the 60 feet. I have a diagram of that attached here in the next slide. And then during construction, obviously, typical erosion sediment control plans, keep the sediment out of the creek. And in this particular case, we analyzed if detention above that was required and did not find that it would be, just to its close proximity to the Missouri River. On this map, what we're showing in the light blue area, that's the 60-foot typical deed restricted area for the riparian zone, the 25 plus 35 protection buffer. And then our additional water quality with our new code would be the darker blue area that we had asked for a further setback just to enhance water quality for the stream area. sanitary sewers, basically for the new subdivision. Typical standard system flow proposed to a new pump station, though, which would be located on the property. The new pump station is a new regional pump station, and that would be constructed by the city on the proposed subdivision property. And from our EPA consent order, we have agreed as a city, the city council has agreed to construct this new pump station by September of 2017. So right now, we're in the middle of obtaining right-of-way for that, or easements for the lines, and our plans are coming pretty close to final documents, so we had hoped to have that out to bid here in a couple months, and then take the next year to construct that. As far as there was some discussion whether what we would do if the subdivision didn't go through. We do pretty much the same thing, and I have two slides kind of depict that. Red is the existing pump station and the existing force main from it. I'll try to get my mouse up there. This thing floats around on me a little bit. But anyway, the red is the existing pump station in the circle, and that would all be removed as part of the project. And then the green square would be the new pump station, and the green lines would be constructed as the new force main out to Main Street. And the light blue line, if the subdivision is approved, would be the driveway down to it. So if that's what we would plan to do if the subdivision's approved. So then the next slide is if the subdivision happened not to be approved, we would still want to construct this pump station in the same location, the same green square and the same red dot. The red goes away, the green is new. We would negotiate, though, with the property owner to find an acceptable place for the driveway to be located, and probably the light blue line would, in the absence of an actual new street, would probably be more acceptable, but we would still have to work that out with the property owner on the Chin property, by the way. So we would still propose to carry forward with that, and we're hopeful to get the property in the same location and move forward. There was some discussion about having having a driveway to Main Street. We did evaluate that as part of the pump station project, and basically this is the profile grade of the grades that are out there from Main Street's on the left side of the screen, and then where it says on the right side of the screen where it says a grade 32%, in that area is where the pump station would be located, and so we'd have to cross a creek. But basically what this is telling you, we typically don't like to see a residential street or a driveway greater than 15% or so. That's pretty steep. Has a lot to be maintained in that, and granted this would be a driveway to a pump station, but still it's a very long street. I'd have to clear a lot of trees and so forth and so on, and we did get an estimate if we did have to do that, it'd be upwards of $400,000, and that really didn't include anything to get across the flow line of the creek. So what would the Corps permit? It's Corps permitted stream. What would they permit us to do in that? Those kind of things. So very expensive, so that's why we'd still be looking at negotiating with the current property owner to access the new pump station from the Hazelton Drive area. And you can see grade 38%, very steep, obviously not really drivable, somewhere you want to be to access your pump station middle of the night or whatever. But we'd have to try to smooth those curves out. 64%, that's down by the creek, obviously very steep. And I have been out and walked the property, and if you haven't, it is quite something. The grades probably unexpected when what you wouldn't expect to find. So it is very rough property. Just give you a little bit of why we're replacing the pump station. A lot of you probably know this, but we talk about 100-year infrastructure a lot of times, and this is an example of a 100-year infrastructure that we're finally getting ready to replace. So it was built in the 20s. You can see the timeline there in the 50s. They rehabbed it. 95, replaced some more things. We did a master plan in 2000 that said we really ought to be replacing this in the force main. Did some more rehab in the area to try to remove some inflow to help us with our overflows at the pump station. And then finally in 14, the EPA did say we need to go ahead and replace this, and got us on a schedule to do so. And so that's kind of the history. But that, again, kind of approaching that 100-year mark, and we talk about 100-year infrastructure a lot for bridges and various things, and so this is kind of a good example of that. And I'll turn it back to Eric, unless there's any questions about that.
Any questions for Mr. Morash? Thank you. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are several plans that have either been approved or proposed for this property in the past, and I'd like to go through those very briefly. First, back in 2005, there's a rezoning of the property to PUD and a PUD plan, a planned unit development plan for the development of 2 condominium buildings for a total of about 50 units with a driveway access off of West Main Street. This is a visual showing that plan. That is when the Oddkey property was rezoned from its largely single-family, at least the northern side of the property, single-family designation to that PUD designation that it currently holds. It's important to point out that within this plan, the plan was proposed and approved for only the Oddkey property. The Chen property was not a part of this proposal. In 2010, very late 2010 and very late 2011, flowed over into 2012, there were 2 proposals submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They were identical. And both of them proceeded on to the City Council with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation for approval. However, were voluntarily withdrawn by the applicants prior to consideration by the Council. And so those plans, this is the proposed subdivision plat that was submitted with those plans. And the next slide, I think, shows the lot arrangement a little bit better, but it proposed back then a 15-lot subdivision, with 1 lot being platted around the existing Chin house for a total of 13 new homes, and then a separate tract for a sewer pump station with access up the side of the property adjacent to the houses off of Beverly Street. Again, both of those proposals were withdrawn prior to consideration by the Council. And then there's, of course, the current subdivision proposal showing 7 new lots, 1 existing home, and a sewer pump station lot. The next series of slides put together from aerial photos over the years. Tried to obtain an aerial photo about every 10 years for this area to give an idea of how growth has progressed in this quadrant of the city in this neighborhood. I'll start with the 1950 aerial photo. This is the earliest aerial photo that we have here at the city. To orient you to where to some of the major streets on this photo, toward the bottom is West Main Street. You'll see East Circle Drive and West Circle Drive located there and there. Through the left-hand side of the screen and up to the top is Boonville Road. And you'll see Hazelton Drive through the middle of the screen. In 1950, I conducted a count of the number of houses that were located within this area, and I'll define the areas or outline the area that I counted was essentially all of the homes that were accessed off of Hazelton Drive or the Circle Streets, not fronting on Boonville or West Main. So the number of houses located within this area in 1950 was about 186 houses. There are a couple of developments that are visible on this aerial photo. The first is Livingston Heights subdivision, which had just been platted and was undergoing construction at the time. And then also West Ridge Addition, located off of Donald Avenue, just west of West School. And there were 25 houses were in the process of being constructed there. By 1960, there were a couple other developments. First, Boonville Terrace, which is a double cul-de-sac street located off of Boonville Road. Redwood Drive is the name of the street and consisted of 12 houses. Allen Drive, which would eventually extend from its connection to Hazelton Drive there on the western side through this undeveloped area and connect to Hazelton Drive to the east. But at that time was only a short street with 7 houses constructed off of it. And then Major Subdivision, which includes Beverly Street, short cul-de-sac street, accessed off of Hazelton Drive, a total of 16 houses in that area. By 1974, Allen Drive had been constructed through and connected to Hazelton Drive on the east side. Also, Allen Circle and Cole Drive had been constructed, and a total of 28 houses constructed within that area. By 1980, there had been a continued build-out within the area. This is an area that developed over a period of years with an additional 7 houses constructed by the time the 1980 photo was taken. By 1996, Sylvan Hills subdivision, just to the north of this area, had been platted with 16 houses constructed on it and a couple of cul-de-sac style streets accessed off of Boonville Road. And also River Hills addition, a subdivision that was platted over a series of 3 sections, and a total of 55 houses constructed within that area. River Hills addition had access to West Main Street via Ware Avenue, which was improved for the purposes of accessing that subdivision, and also connected to Hazelton Drive, and so access to the north via Hazelton. By 2006, Sylvan Hills continued to build out with an additional 29 houses constructed. And here's the 2015 aerial photography, essentially new aerial photography, showing the proposed River Bluff Estates, and of course with 7 houses proposed and 1 existing. By 2015, the count of houses within this area, again accessed off of Hazelton, West Circle, East Circle, and also accessed off of Ware Avenue within the area, that comes to about 328 houses. This proposal does include a street being constructed in between 2 existing houses, and the question has arisen in the past that where else have such things occurred, and so we've come up with several examples within this area. First is West Ridge Addition. Again, was shown on one of the previous slides, located on Donald Avenue, just west of West Elementary School, located at the corner of Dixon, Main. Platted in 1952, and so the houses on each side of the street were in existence at that time, and the setback for one house comes to about 20 feet, and the setback for the other house comes to also about 20 feet, and that is 5 feet less than the standard front setback for a home of 25 feet. And there are 25 houses that were accessed off of Donald Avenue. The second example is Boonville Terrace, again shown on the previous slide. This is Redwood Drive connecting to Boonville Road, again put in place, and the existing houses on each side of that street. One house meets the 25 feet standard setback to the north. The house to the south has a setback of about 10 feet from that roadway. The third example is off of Ware Avenue, which accesses the River Hills Addition subdivision. This was actually an old alley that was improved to street standards and existed in between 2 homes, or 2 buildings, and the setbacks on each side of that street are about 7 feet distance between the home and the right-of-way line. And then this is the current proposal. River Bluff Estates, proposed River Bluff Court would be located in between these 2 houses on Hazelton Drive. The house to the north has a setback shown on the drawings of 22 feet, and the house to the south would be separated from that right-of-way line by about 15.6 feet. And again, it's 7 new houses and 1 existing that are proposed in that subdivision. That's all I have. I think the staff would be willing to answer any questions you may have prior to the public hearing.
Thank you. Does council have any questions before we open the hearing? Okay. At this time, Councilman Scrivener?
Did you say River Hills had 55 55, how many houses are in the River Hills addition?
55. 55.
55, okay.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Councilman Henry?
Janice, what's the standard feet for setbacks typically around the city?
Well, currently, the standard is 25 feet from the front, 10 feet from the side lot lines. But in the older areas of our community, that varies. That standard doesn't always exist. So that was, I can't tell you exactly when that was adopted, but that's the standard today.
Any further questions? Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. And we will, before we start the process, I do have a sign-in sheet, but I would like to ask that everybody be respectful of other people's comments regardless of what side or whether we agree or not, and whether that's the council comments or throughout the public hearing process. So I would ask that we not cheer or clap or boo or anybody's comments. So if we could just really be respectful, I would appreciate that very much. When we start, the first comments from the applicant will be 10 minutes, followed by 10 minutes from the opposition. Each speaker after that will have 5 minutes. And we will have the time on the screen. I would ask that we also respect that time so that everybody gets a chance to speak this evening. We do have the sign-in sheet, but I will start first with the applicant for 10 minutes. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Mike Bates, Central Missouri Professional Services, 2500 East McCarty Street. And I sincerely appreciate your comments about booing. This project, or a form of it, has been through planning and zoning 4 times. As Eric alluded to, 2005 was the initial condominium development, and then in 2010, 2012, we took a look at a 15-lot subdivision, and it never got to the council because we didn't think there was support. In 2015, we actually revised the plan, reduced by 50% the buildable lots, in the hope that the neighborhoods would find that somewhat more acceptable. Obviously, I don't think that's been the case. It did receive approval again from planning and zoning this past week, and I know we've got several, or 2 or 3 that want to speak, so I'll try to keep this brief. We sent a memo to the mayor and the council outlining what we had been asked to deal with in regard to issues. Number 1 was traffic. I thought city staff did a great job of handling traffic, but in regard, and that's the memo, if we could scroll down to the visual in regard to sight distance, that is actually approximately where the center of the street would be for the access. And there, at one time, there was even discussion about buying one of the homes on Hazelton and relocating the entrance. Actually, that would have worked against us. This is, without question, the best place to access Hazelton, and a big part of it is due to the speed, and we do have the sight distance. So any change from this would actually be a negative. West Main, we've actually heard from the neighborhood that the West Main Street access would allow the neighborhood to feel comfortable with this. Well, the next visual actually shows we invested in a preliminary design as far as figuring quantities and coming up with what that would cost. I will tell you up front, one of the major reasons the condominium development did not go was because of cost. And we essentially were dealing with the same cost now, except we've got 10 years of inflation and we don't have 50 units. The cost we estimate to date is over $619,000. That doesn't include a core permit, which we know is much more difficult than it was in 2000. The next visual we have shows the footprint of the development, and if you look at the area on the left, it's 5.6 acres. A big part of this is we have to clear, and if you're familiar with the Helias Sports Complex project, that was approved by Board of Adjustment, I believe, as a conditional use permit, but that area has been entirely cleared. A big part of that is because it's going to have to be entirely regraded. If you look at the gold on the left, that is actually, we need 25 to 30,000 yards of fill for that creek crossing, and it's got to come off-site. On-site, if you do that off-site, you have basically added another $150,000 to $200,000 to the project. Next slide. Is one that's a duplication with city staff. There have been those that said that the developer and the city are working together to come up with this solution. From an engineering perspective, this is where the pump station needs to go downstream. If you look at the red line on the left, that's actually the force main in the backyards of the homes facing East Circle. Number one, that's not a great place to have it. And number two, it would be even worse than this project if somebody came out and said, we're going to replace that in place. Very, very difficult construction, very costly construction. So from an engineering perspective, this is where the project, the pump station project needs to be. And then we've got a series of visuals, which I'm not going to bore you with, that compared the 7-lot subdivision to the 15-lot subdivision. And basically that 15-lot was 14 buildable lots. The subdivision we're proposing tonight is 9-lot, 1 existing chin, 1 flag lot for the pump station. I think it's also worth mentioning that the pump station access road, which was going to be up against the properties on Beverly was moved away, and actually we slid the pump station, I think, a bit farther to the east, again, thinking that we were protecting the existing neighborhood just a bit. So with that, I think, I don't think any of you were here for the River Hills subdivision development in 1986. That was an issue that was a bit contentious, especially with the access to East Circle. I will tell you that that project was originally planned as a condominium project. That was absolutely unacceptable to the council, and the developer came back with the subdivision you see now with 55 homes. So, and the other comment I would make is, given the maps that the city showed, infill development is possible, and I think we've tried to restrict the scope of this one to a point where we were really hopeful it could be acceptable to the neighborhood. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Scribner?
I guess as you well know, it seems to be an ongoing question why the original condominium project was abandoned, and the hope, I think, that perhaps West Main Street could be used as an access. And I think you addressed it, but again, I'd just like further clarification in regard to why that project was abandoned.
From our perspective, and there's been only a handful, but 2 or 3 that I can remember, Cherry Creek being one of them, Shepker Farms being one of them, where the city was left with something that was not going to be completed. And I think most of you are aware that those were failed developments. In this instance, the owners, Mr. Otke and Mr. Oberkrom, invested in preliminary design and engineering and market study. And what they found, these were top-end condos that people in Jefferson City weren't willing to give up their homes yet. While there's nothing like that between Kansas City and St. Louis, they weren't really ready to give up their homes yet for the top-end condominium, no matter what the amenities were. That plus the cost to construct and that street, and even at 50 units, and I would be sure that we were approaching 500,000 back at that time, and we're well over 600,000 now. So cost and market.
So really, it was just a basic job of doing a market study and learning that the Jefferson City market wouldn't support 50 of those high-end condominiums.
That is correct.
Okay, another question. The density of RS3 would allow approximately 30 lots. I mean, you could, if it were a flat piece of ground and it were exactly the same size, it could be laid out in such a way that 30, 29, 31, something like that could fit on there. But you've chosen to have 7 in this case. At one time you'd laid out 15. Does the terrain, the difficulty of the terrain up in there, in that area, does that have anything at all to do with the...
Yeah, the terrain is difficult. And the 15 versus the 14 buildable lots versus the 7 buildable lots, it was just putting too much into it from our standpoint. I will be honest with you, the developer asked us to look at townhomes in this area. Our response was, we're having one heck of a time with single-family residential. We didn't think there was any chance for consideration of that. And if you're familiar with Hadding Place, Georgetown, and the Orchards, they've been very successful. But that didn't, we didn't think that was worth bringing forward. We thought that was really too obtrusive. But terrain is a significant factor. And you can stay over on that ridge and you can reasonably do this. I will mention that we went to the RS3 zoning because I think there was always a concern from the neighborhood that PUD would allow us to do something different in the future. That's why and in all honesty, when we got to this point with the subdivision plat, the city requirements are such that you have to present stormwater, street, sanitary sewer, the whole entire plan as a part of the final platting process. So that has all been done, and the RS3, we've got restrictions. It's absolutely the intent not to subdivide any of these lots. There's no cost benefit there. I would ask you to move to one other slide, Eric. It's the one showing the water quality. In July of this past year, they're right there. And in July of this past year, the city, if you'll see that pink line right there, the one that I'm jumping all over, the city passed a water quality ordinance. That area is actually restricted from development to compensate for what we are proposing in the 7 buildable lots. Okay. So I hope that answers the question, and we're comfortable with the RS3 and comfortable with the subdivision restrictions that are being attached to the plat.
Okay, and another question that I guess I would have is, of course, you really answered the question already, because so much of that is restricted. There's really not room to put additional lots in there. But as you think about building a street from West Main up to that property, generally one of the ways that you pay for a street is that you're able to plat lots all along that street. But given the difficulty of the terrain, putting a street in and having to put in all that fill, what you would really have is a bunch of very steep lots that were below the level of the street. It would be almost impossible to build along that street, wouldn't it?
I want to assure the mayor and the council, if we thought it was possible to develop, especially south of the creek, you would have a development plan for that. It is not practical. There is no potential return on investment, and I think we should be pleased that the developer owner has been willing to invest the money to make sure mistakes aren't made and we haven't gone out there and cleared 5 acres, which is actually is one of our concerns, because we're going to clear cut that. I need to back up on that. We're not going to do that, because that's, from the developer standpoint, it's not realistic to build the street from West Main Street.
In essence, you'd have a 5-acre pad that would look like the lot across the street from JCMG. If you went in there and basically clear cut it, took all the topsoil and what rock you could get off of it.
We do not think that's acceptable to the West Main Street residents.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Prather?
Just one quick question. Based off your comments here, it seems that the West Main entrance would not be a viable option.
It is not.
Do you feel besides Hazelton, is there another viable option for entrance to this subdivision?
I don't, actually, we're talking about it's plain and simple, no. We're talking about a variance tonight. Truth be known, those plats were done so early and technology was so poor. The right-of-way we're talking about was 2 25-foot lots at one time, and when we surveyed it with today's technology, it's 48.68, whatever it is. So it was actually to be 50 feet when that little narrow triangle, when it was originally laid out. But no, there is not another place to access this property.
All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Councilman Graham?
I just have one question for you. I know we're talking about 8 lots, and I think 7 of those are being for homes, and one of those being proposed for the new pump station. One of the concerns that I've heard is that how many other homes would it be allowed to construct on the Chien property going up to the development, leading up to the development? Will there be some other homes constructed?
No, there are no other homes or lots planned at this time. And no, I shouldn't say at this time. And I'm glad, Madam Mayor, I'm glad the oohs and ahs came. There's no place to go with this. One of the things that we've tried to establish through this process is some credibility. We have no desire to do anything else, and we truly have been through this thing 4 times.
And I think that's one of the biggest concerns that I've heard, that, you know, they're saying 8 lots, but will it be 35 lots, you know? So I'm glad to hear you saying
7 buildable lots, and I can assure you, I was here in '86 when River Hills developed. I will not be back before you to ask for anything else in this regard. It's not going to happen. It just makes no sense. And we'd like to establish that level of trust and confidence with the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir.
You any further questions for Mr. Bates? Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
ma'am.
And at this time, we would allow for the opposition to have 10 minutes or their representative.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Bednar, 3434 Hobbs Lane. I would ask, I understand the rules of the opposition is 10 minutes for the first and 5 for those subsequent. I think it's important in this particular proposal, the way it's been merged together, that there's actually 2 property owners that have distinct property rights involved, Mr. Pauly and myself, and then there's the neighborhood who have specific rights involved too. So I would hope that the council could give allowances, at least to allow Mr. Paul and myself 10 minutes and the first speaker for the neighborhood 10, if they use it. I don't know that they'll use it, but to have some lenience there, because this is an unusual proposal, and it's quite significant in the context of the history. So obviously, the applicant went through the history. I have some history to go through myself, if that is possible, and if not, okay. Very good. I think council should be based on the facts and not emotion. I think we can all raise our hand on that, can't we? And there's different emotions here. There's different facts. But the facts, and that's called the code. Our code of ordinances, our zoning code, our comprehensive plan, those all offer a process for us to follow to make sure that the emotion is taken out of these decisions on facts. And so I think it's important to go back now to look at what the basis for the code is when we talk about amending the code, because tonight you're going to vote to amend the code. You're going to vote to amend the code based upon the setbacks that are provided for the code for both Mr. Pauly's house and my house. And you're going to vote to amend the code in regards to the appropriate right-of-way that was established in the model code. And it's important to note there are a variety or multiple different right-of-ways depending upon the parking, depending upon the type of street, and whether or not parking is allowed on both. So in this particular case, there's a 50-foot right-of-way, given the fact that this is going to be either a residential street or a court or a place. So there's multiple different ordinances that may be involved that you're going to state that you're going to vote to waive. But in looking at the zoning code regulations, I think it's important from a factual basis to understand what the report card is. What is your grading criteria? That's objective. Number 1, does it implement the goals, policies, and strategies identified in the City of Jefferson Comprehensive Plan? Does it secure safety from fire, panic, and other dangers? Does it promote the health and general welfare? Does it provide adequate light and air? Does it prevent the overcrowding of land? Does it avoid undue concentration of population? Does it facilitate the adequate provisions of transportation, water, sewerage, schools, parks, and other public requirements? And finally, does it protect and maintain the integrity and character of established neighborhoods and retain historical and cultural resources. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone who is here to oppose the plan as proposed to please stand for the council. Thank you. You can be seated. Opposed? In favor? Are you signed up? The applicants have spoken. I would like to talk about...
Joe, if I could just say, we'd like to let Mr. Bednar speak during his time.
I think it's important to note that there's been 5 different proposals. One of the neighbors did an open records request, and I say that because one of the things that we'd all like, both property owners and the neighborhood, is more time to consider and evaluate the options and the proposals that are evaluated, because how many here were on the council in 2005? Raise your hand. And how many staff persons were here in 2005? So we look at 2005, in the records request we got, for instance, there was a traffic study done by an outside consultant on the traffic in and out of West Main. And that was approved by the then sitting city council, by ordinance, not by resolution, but by ordinance. And within that PUD, there was approved for 3 dwellings per acre. And they could also do multiple multifamily. So there's lots of flexibility there for them to build off West Main, and the actual outside study was done besides just the staff's opinion. In regard to the sewer, which is really interesting, there's and I got a copy. There's the Planning and Zoning Commission from the engineering department that the original pump station was to go either on the property of the condos or on the east side of the property of the what's been called the Otke property near Lutheran Senior Services property. So there was an entirely different option studied by the engineering staff of this city and recommended to this council as an option. So I don't know if you all have those documents. Haven't to ask for us, so I'd be happy to make copies of you, but it's quite a bit of paperwork right now. So there you see that in 2005 that they actually did an outside traffic study, and there was another option for a sewer plan. In 2010, in fact, the city suggests that in exchange for putting the pump station on the Chin property, in exchange for approval of the development plan, the city would, the developers would allow the pump station to go on the developer's property. That's a 2010 letter from. So there has been some discussion, as I think Mr. Bates talked about. There's been rumors, there was discussion. We got a document I've got with me tonight. I'd be happy to distribute it to the council. The issue of, I find fascinating though too, and again from a factual standpoint, I think it's always, I used to try rape cases, and there's always a he said, she said from a defense standpoint, but I think if you track people's behavior and their actual conduct, it usually indicates whether you can rely on their testimony. And in this particular case, we've had 5 or 6 different proposals. We had an admission tonight that they came to you with a plan that they hadn't done a market study on yet. And they didn't do the market study until after you gave approval, and then they found out from the market study it doesn't work. So I'd ask, would it be possible for the council to ask them to do a market study on any of their ideas on a subdivision to see whether or not anybody's going to buy? We put up Sylvan Hills on the screen. There are still vacant lots on the bluff that haven't been sold on either side of the new street that was put down there. There's been some development and some good development there. But again, when we talk about infill, what's the plan? In regard to, just a second. I did want to talk about notice, and again, that's part of the process. And I think that one of the things I was concerned about is whether or not there's adequate notice in the process we're going through to approve it. And I think that obviously we're going to vote, hopefully you're going to vote on the variance, you're going to vote on the plans. Those variances are important, they're there for a reason. The setbacks they've talked about the southern end. Mr. Paul and I don't want them grandfathered in. That's not the proper way to vary from the code. It should be a vote that they're going to vary the code. We're not asking the code to be varied. Those codes are there to protect property owners and all property owners. The issue of, another point of concern on notice, and I haven't gotten a copy of the correspondence that was distributed to you in regards to the two-thirds petition, but we submitted 24 notarized property owners' signatures. So I don't know why 20 were disqualified. No one has told me that. I haven't received any notice from staff or the staff attorney. But the idea that just 20 inches, the fact a lot of time and effort at some point in their history as to why they passed 50 feet. So there's an importance there. It's already a dangerous intersection, and I sent a notice to Mr. Hilpert late this afternoon, that you waive your sovereign immunity when you have a dangerous condition, you've been put on notice of a dangerous condition. In this particular case, I think it's fair to say you're enhancing a dangerous condition by adding an intersection because it violates another provision of code that staff hasn't talked about, and that's 3370F, in which all intersections are required to be at a right angle, if possible, and no more than 20 degrees. That hasn't been mentioned to variances or grandfathering clauses. So I'd ask for you to take a second look at this development, take another look at the West Main. I would suggest a workshop for the whole council on the history of this development and what's possible, and hire some outside consultants to come in, give you an objective opinion. And one other thing, I need to clear this up just as a rebuttal of Mr. Bates, Mr. Barron, on the restrictions on the deed. If you should have had a copy of that deed. The restriction was not against no development. The restriction was simple. The developers had to talk to the property owners before they submitted an application. They didn't do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bednar.
Appreciate it.
And at this time, Councilman Scrivener.
Mr. Bednar, you made several references to city code. I guess I have a question for you. Is it not also in city code that provides for the ability to do variances? Isn't that a city code?
You can vary, but it's not the zoning code. The zoning code is the list of restrictions, and so when you vary the zoning code, you're going to say that zoning code doesn't apply. It's like immunity from breaking the law. You get to break the law this time because you've satisfied those conditions of the zoning code, apparently.
So are you suggesting that someone on the staff or on the city council would be breaking the law if they...
They wouldn't be following the zoning code if they grant a variance, because the zoning code, that's just the facts. Yes, you're saying we're not going to follow the zoning code in this particular instance.
Well, I've heard you say on several occasions that the city's breaking their own laws when in fact there is a law that provides for variances.
If there's a misunderstanding is what I said we're not following the zoning code. And the zoning code was there for an important reason, because we didn't want developments like the 1950s. We're hoping to have developments in the 21st century that are comprehensive.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you. And at this time, we'll have, I have the sign-up sheet, so we'll allow everybody their 5 minutes. And rather than going in order, though, I would mention what Mr. Bednar said. If you wanted to go next as the other property owner, even though you're not next on the list, so you could come on up for 5 minutes, and then we'll begin the list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mark Pauley, and I live at 1608 Hazelton, which is directly adjacent to the proposed street at 1606 Hazelton. And I've lived there for the past 14 years. I like to paraphrase a quote I once heard, which goes something like this: "Old homes are not really ours. We are simply the caretakers to preserve for future generations." I couldn't agree with that statement more, and that's exactly why I'm here, because the decision you will be making this evening will have an impact on future generations and the preservation of this neighborhood. This decision will also be setting a precedent for future development in Jefferson City. We need to send a message that development should not come at the expense of its residents. As I've stated before, I'm not opposed to responsible development. However, placing the entrance to this development on a dangerous curve and infringing on the rights of property owners is not responsible development. According to the subdivision code, a 25-foot setback should be allowed within the RS3 zoning, and that's even for corner lots, as I understand, which if this street goes through, I will be considered a corner lot. So therefore, I should have a 25-foot setback on my side. But, however, my house will only have a 22-foot setback, and my accessory structure will have even less with only a 10-foot setback. The codes are in place for a reason and not simply guidelines that should be followed. They are requirements. I have asked repeatedly who approves these variances to the setback and how close is too close. Where do they draw the line? And why have I not been given notice that my variances are being waived? The only answer I get back is that the structures are grandfathered in as non-conforming structures. I didn't ask for this development, and I didn't ask to be grandfathered in. Yes, I should be grandfathered in the sense that my house and my accessory structures were both there first. Since that is the case, it only makes sense that the proposed right-of-way should be required to be at least 25 foot from any of my structures. The city's interpretation is completely backwards. The city is giving the developer rights over me, but yet my house was there first. I honestly, I don't understand that process, and I'd sincerely like, to know why, it's okay for the developer, to come in and not adhere to give me 25 foot, but yet they can come in and take, that from me. That's a question I would like to have answered after the comments by city staff or whoever knows that can give an answer. Since my rights are clearly being violated and I won't have the same property rights as everyone else, does this mean I don't have to pay the full amount of my property taxes? Is the city going to abate a portion of my property taxes to account for the variance of the setback? How am I going to be compensated for the violation of my rights? These are questions, again, that I would like an answer to. The construction of the street will also involve the construction of a 5-foot retaining wall along my property. My frontage along the proposed street contains several mature trees that provide shade for my house and accessory structure in the summer. What impact will excavating the roots of these trees have? You can't put a price on a mature tree. It's irreplaceable. The trees have probably been there as long as a house, which is 79 years. And what about the cost to to remove the tree once it dies after they excavate through the roots? Is the developer going to incur that cost? It's very disappointing that neither the developer nor the city has addressed any of these concerns. In fact, there has been no mitigation whatsoever on this project. Both the developer and the city have shown that they can do plenty of taking, but have yet to give any. I ask that you send a clear message to the developer by sending them back to the drawing board to come up with a viable plan to access this development from West Main and not Hazelton. That's all I have, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pauly? Janice, did you want to address his question that was directed at you at this time?
I'd prefer to wait until all of the testimony is received so that we
and
can
just collect the questions.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. We will do that then.
All right, thank you.
And now we will continue with the 5-minute sign-up sheet that we have here. So if you would like to state your name, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Terry Laskowski, and I live at 1722 Hazelton. I am here along with many concerned neighbors and citizens. Our presence speaks to the opposition to this proposal. In 2005, these same developers received approval for a plan in the same area with absolutely no opposition. from us. The fact that the developers realized the access to the area from West Main was going to be too expensive for them should not become our problem. We have opposed the proposals in 2010, 2012, and now in 2016. What is different about this proposal than the 2005 proposal? As you see, it's complicated. There are many twists and turns, some that are accidental, some that are intentional. All these questions need to be answered and the concerns need to be addressed before you move forward. Residents have been and continue to be willing to meet with city council members, with the developers, with the city staff, to air all our differences and to try to create a win-win situation for all of us. The proposal before you has gone through changes, modifications, alterations, with no guarantee that this really will be the final proposal. Residents will articulate a variety of problems with this proposal, none of which include opposition to developing this beautiful piece of land in the heart of our city. And while it's safe to say we would all probably like to be somewhere else, we have a job to do. The city has done their job, the developers have done theirs, and we will now attempt to communicate our opposition in a respectful and concise manner. Then it will be your job to vote. In the end, we hope that you will agree with us. In the end, our hope is that you will also agree that there can be a better way for our city to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Mary Browning.
Can we have the PowerPoint?
Good evening. Thank you all for your service. I'd like to see screen 4, please. Thank you. Please take a look at this. This is the hairpin curve that we're talking about. There are a couple of things to note here. One is the degree of the curve, which is extreme. I mean, it's significant. We're not talking about a small curve. We're talking about a pretty intense curve. In addition, there is a street that comes off of Hazelton in this area already, and that's Beverly. You'll see it down on the right. So the driveway that is being proposed to be converted to a street is up on the hill. One of the things that's deceiving about a flat depiction is that you can't tell the height of the curve or the height of the hill, or you can't really feel the curve. But that is why I would say most of the people here in opposition are opposed to this proposal because of that occurrence. Please, could I see 5? This is the view going up the hill on Hazelton. You can see you cannot see around the curve. It's not a question of whether you can see. You cannot see around the curve. I have lived on 1716 Hazelton for 13 years. I travel this road every day. I can tell you that you cannot see well around the curve. We can manage it, but if you put a street to come into that curve, it is going to create a danger. And I think one of the things that Joe mentioned is very critical for this commission to understand. It's one thing for the city to take a step and to vote on a measure if the city is unaware of the danger. There is no question. You can see, please stand, those in opposition again. You can see by the number of citizens that have decided to come out tonight to voice their opposition by being here presently to tell you that this is not a good idea. So if the city proceeds, and there is, as it turns out, those of us that live there strongly believe this is not a good idea, the city, I don't think, will have protection from immunity, and I think Joe mentioned that as well. Could I see the next slide, please? Number 6. Number 6. Is that it? Oh, there. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. This is coming from the other direction. This is going down. So you can also see that no matter which direction you're going on this hill, on the curve, you can't see very far out. And that is actually at the intersection of where the street would be. Please see the next one. This is the sign. The sign on the left is the curve sign that is posted at this street. Now that is a highway sign, but it's posted in our neighborhood because it is a significant curve in a neighborhood. The sign on the right is what the curve is. The sign on the left is what the sign shows. So I just want you to see that there are signs that depict this type of curve, and it is the one on the right. Could I see number 14, please? This is coming around the curve, and this is when there are cars around the curve. So what we're talking about here is adding a street to the left between where the two cars are. So you can see you cannot see around the curve. You cannot. You could see a car once it passed, but once the roadway is restricted, if you're going any distance at all, if you're traveling any speed at all, it's going to be a problem. And the other beautiful thing about this neighborhood is that it is highly pedestrian. If you go over there, spend any time there, you will know it's highly pedestrian. That is one of the reasons it is dangerous. Number 18, please. In the proposal that, I think it's probably in your packet, but in the proposal that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission by the city, there was a comparison of the other streets where infill, where there had been conversions of, I don't know if it's alleys between houses or what it was, but it's clear, as you can see, this is one of the comparison streets. There is really no comparison. So the discussion about what the code requires in terms of a 90-degree angle, we're a long way from that. Wait, is that my time?
I believe that's your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We urge you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Scrivener?
Could I ask you questions, please? As you know, we have a packet here, and I don't know if you've seen this or not. It was up on the screen earlier, and maybe staff could get back to it. I'm not sure.
It's online as well.
It's online as well, but there is a picture of the curve, and it has superimposed on it the sight distances as measured by city engineer. And it shows that based on the average speed, which they measured as well, that there's 165 feet required, but yet there's 195 feet available on the right leg of that curve. That's 30 feet more than what's required. On the other direction, I think you showed a picture and indicated that it wasn't very much sight distance, but yet there's, again, 165 feet required, and there's 240 feet available. I did it without invitation, but we were invited a number of times to go over and view this. I know I've gone over on multiple occasions. In fact, I was over there the day I think you took those pictures with all the cars parked out there. I'm sure you took that the day you were all standing out in the driveway.
Sir, I didn't take the picture, so.
Okay, but I'm sure that's the day it was taken, because I drove that same street today and took pictures. There were 3 cars parked all the way from this point up here down to this 240 feet. There were 3 cars, and every one of them was at least 150 feet from that street. And
I'm
each
sure it
time I've
varies.
driven over there haven't been any cars parked on that corner. So, I mean, pictures all matter whenever when you take them. In fact, I've got a whole bunch of them on my phone that I've taken.
I think what I would say to that, I guess if you're asking me a question, I've lived there for 13 years. When I drive in the morning, the sun is coming up, especially this time of year. It's difficult to see from the glare. It's already problematic. So I don't know what the engineer said. I really don't. I know by my own experience what it is like to drive on that street. And I do absolutely believe it will create a danger to create an ingress and egress for a street there, for a subdivision.
I know I sat in that driveway in my car, and interestingly enough, I could look down both legs of Hazelton Drive with not turning my head any more than that. I don't think there's probably another intersection in all of Jefferson City that you can pull up to a stop sign and look in both directions without turning your head. And I haven't asked the police, but I'm sure I could ask them what are the two main elements of a dangerous intersection. I'm sure it is the inability to see cars coming or to be seen as you're sitting there, and the speed. And in my mind, the low speed of the curve, on average 15 miles an hour, plus the ability to see both ways and to be seen, will make that a very safe intersection.
Mr. Scrivener, I do think it makes a difference if you're coming out of that drive rather than if you're driving on Hazelton. You might be able to see some distance from that particular driveway, but for travelers on Hazelton, I don't believe it's the same. But I heard mention earlier of the requirement in the code, I believe it was, for a 90-degree angle. And I suspect that is for a reason, because they found that to be safer. I don't know, because I haven't conducted any safety studies, but
I don't know either, and if it is in the code, I'll rely on the city attorney to advise us on that. But, you know, you don't have to go very far, just go down to Beverly Street and it's not at a right angle. So I don't know why that was approved or if it was opposed or what, but in my mind, that is a far more dangerous intersection than what the one we're proposing, because it is difficult. You do not have the sight distance from Beverly, and yet there are no reported accidents there. So,
well, certainly putting this, the proposal to put another street right there close to another dangerous intersection, I think is also problematic. I wasn't here when they decided Beverly. I don't know how many of us were and whether or not there was notice and an opportunity to be heard. But I agree with you. I'm not sure Beverly is a very safe intersection, but coupling that with another dangerous intersection does not seem to be a wise move.
So how do you define a dangerous intersection? If you have no accidents, is it dangerous just because it looks dangerous? I mean, the map they put up there was not I didn't see any accidents reported. Now, maybe it's beyond the history of when that, maybe they occurred before that history. I know there was a sideswipe accident at one time because a person had alcohol. I know there was a motorcycle that supposedly ran off the road because of alcohol, but that's going to happen all over the city. That is not because of an intersection. That's because of impaired drivers.
Well, certainly, and I think in this area, as I mentioned, my own experience driving it is why I'm here, because I do find the visibility to be challenged. And especially, it happened this morning, it happens regularly in the morning when there's a glare from the sun. It's hard to see at all, let alone around the corner. So you put an intersection there, it's going to make it that much more difficult. That challenge isn't the same coming home, coming back the other way, but when you're coming up and approaching it, the intersection, which is the proposal to be on the right, you could see up to the driveway, but you wouldn't be able to see very much further beyond. And it's the traffic coming along the street, I think, is in peril, and the pedestrians as far as the putting a street there.
But that's where the advantage, if the sun is in your eye, driving toward the intersection, then the person who's sitting in the sitting at the intersection waiting to pull out does not have the sun in their eyes, and they can see you coming. So, it's a two-way street. When you're at an intersection, you have both the person waiting and you have the person approaching. And the ability to see each other makes for a safe intersection.
Councilman Scrivener, why don't we go ahead and allow, since we do have so many other speakers, would that be all right? And Mrs. Browning?
I just think this is a very critical issue. We've heard continually that this is not safe, and our staff has told us it's safe. Other engineers across the city have told me their opinion. They think it's safe. I just think that it's something that needs to be discussed, but I bow. I think you're... Well,
and I think too, and I want to make sure we have the chance for deliberation. I want to also, though, use this time more for the questions for each speaker so that we can get through them all. But I also don't want to cut off discussion, though. But were there other specific questions? No? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And was there any other questions, though, Councilman Scrivener? Questions?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Also, there were also two people who wanted to speak during the developer time. There are 4.5 minutes left during that, during the opening, so I'm going to ask our council, is it best to have them now or at the end?
It's whatever the council's pleasure is, since I would say just put them on the end of the list and have them
Okay.
speak as a proponent or opponent, whatever they end up being.
Okay, we will do that. There's still the 4.5 remaining, or actually, they could each have their 5 minutes
Yeah,
as
they'll
well.
just be another speaker.
Okay. Next is Linda Patton. Welcome.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, for hearing us out tonight. My name is Linda Patton, and I make my home at 1511 Hazelton Drive. Tonight, I want to tell you what I'm most thankful for. I am thankful that I live in the United States of America, where of the people, by the people, and for the people is still a part of our core belief in how our government should work. You are a part of that, and thank you for your hard work. I don't envy you at all. But this group of concerned citizens beside me, behind me, are here now before you because of the freedom we have to petition our government, whether it be federal, state, or local. Most likely, you have driven Hazelton Drive and seen the yellow tape marking off where this proposed street will be sandwiched between two homes. If you haven't, I think we have a picture of that somewhere up on our proposal, on our pictures. If you have seen the detriment this will cause to the property owners at 1608 and 1602 because the setback code will be ignored to allow this street to go through. You have driven the hairpin curve that is proposed to have a street intersect it. My husband and I had personally 2 concerned citizens from other parts of Jefferson City stop us this week and question us, what is going on here? They too have driven the hairpin curve and said to us, won't this be more dangerous? Yep, measurements, calculations, and formulas are only good in theory. Theory is good, but only in my favorite TV show, Star Trek. Theory only works there every time. Walk that. Look at that. That is going to gouge into the side of their property. You'll be able to reach over into Mr. Bednar's yard and reach over his door or reach over his patio and slap him on the back and say hi. That's how close you want people to your property owners. You have been elected by the people of Jefferson City to keep JC thriving by embracing the old while bringing in the new. We are coming to you now, asking you to uphold all codes and ordinances so that all citizens can be assured they will not be taken advantage of. My neighbors and I are for development that is safe and fair to the people of Jefferson City. I believe you were elected in this position of leadership to make very important decisions, such as the one that sits before you right now. I believe this is your time to be for the people and protect the citizens of Jefferson City's rights. I stand with my neighbors and respectfully request you to oppose P16001 as it is now proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Jim Mullen? Welcome.
Thank you. Could I have slide 23, please? I hope this isn't part of my time. There we go. My name is Jim Mullen. I'm at 1522 Hazelton, which is the property adjacent to the pump station. It's roughly 9/10 of an acre. I'm going to limit myself, for the most part, to the discussion about the pump station, since I'd be repeating the thoughts of everybody else here as to other matters, but let me stick to the pump station for now. In no way am I trying to interject myself into the middle of a property negotiation between developer and the city. However, plain common sense, albeit uninformed on the technical aspects, causes me to ask the question, why wouldn't it be more advantageous and cost-effective for the city to build a bigger, better pump station on the current site, assuming expanded acreage, enabling connection to the existing infrastructure? I don't think it's a crazy question, and likely there are some legitimate answers, but why not at least raise the question? In defense of Public Works, who I thank for spending some time with me to explain the situation, there may be specific engineering reasons, and we've heard some of those tonight, why the new site makes better sense. I trust that there are solid technical reasons why the new site was chosen. I guess what I'd like to know, and many others of us would probably like to know, is, aside from the obvious benefit of a land donation with seemingly no strings attached, was consideration given to other sites, and not necessarily acquisition of my own particular property. I'm not shilling for that, believe me. Is there documentation of the process? While I may or may not be an interested seller of a portion of my land, there is the potential for me to strip off roughly a half an acre. That dotted line shows you what I could, parcel off, and then I would have, property acreage that would be similar to my next two neighbors. If that half an acre was stripped off when added to the near 2/10 of an acre where the current pump station is, getting a 3/4 of an acre is not too dissimilar to the acreage that's planned for the new pump station. But importantly, access to the new pump station at the corner of Hazelton and Riverwood already exists. I think that I heard an access road would cost in the neighborhood of $400,000. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. But I think that was a dilemma with respect to the new project. My resultant property would be identical in dimension to my two closest neighbors, as I mentioned. In my judgment, the development proposal in front of you, and I'm speaking now on the broad level and not about the pump station, is long on projections but glaringly short on demonstrable facts. Cost-benefit studies, independent opinions, that type of thing. The pump station issue is but one small example of what I consider to be many loose ends that, if documented properly and having much more planning specificity, might give the neighborhood more confidence that you're doing the right thing, all aspects considered, economic, technical, and social. To summarize, just because I've focused almost exclusively on the pump station, that doesn't mean that I don't have a strong opinion about the overall project. In my view, the development has the potential to be one of the city's crown jewels, with thoughtful development on what is likely high-end housing, and perhaps coupled with some green space, maybe a city and developer partnership in which those that unused acreage could be used for some green space with great landscaping and so forth. And importantly, having a dignified grand entryway from West Main Street, River Bluffs could be an absolutely signature development. An entrance from Hazelton would be, in my view, a shoehorn solution, to say nothing about the obvious safety and other concerns. I'll just say something real quick in 5 seconds. I came here to Missouri 20 years ago from Connecticut. This has been one of the best things in my life outside of personal achievements. The town council and the mayor and your predecessors have done a great job, as well as the staff. I'm so pleased to be here. The quality of life is terrific. Absolutely wonderful environment for me, having raised my teenage children. And I hope it continues. And so I would hope that you would reject the idea of developing on the Hazelton side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Any questions? Councilman Scrivener?
Quick question. Mr. Mullen, were you aware that a part of the pump station project was to replace the force main? And currently, the force main from the old station goes up through all the backyards on East Circle. So it would require going through, up through there and tearing up every backyard and
Well,
replacing that.
In answer to your question, first of all, I've been in the Hazleton neighborhood for less than a year. I first became aware of the issues when we received a letter in February about the pump station. So Public Works has been very generous with their time. We had an informational meeting. I've had subsequent conversations with Public Works to get me comfortable with the kind of construction that's going to be taking place in my backyard. So the issue from my perspective is just wanting to look at the problem from all sides. In other words, if somebody tells me that it would be absolutely ludicrous for them to consider buying a half acre from me, I can accept that. I'm just wondering if sort of the pros and cons have been sufficiently vetted in official reports.
And staff could talk to it better than I, but I just thought while you were here, I would just tell you, if you didn't know, that that is one of the things that makes rebuilding on that. I mean, there are other issues, but that issue is a very significant issue because of having to go up through all the yards along East Circle and disrupt the every one of those yards as that force main to be replaced. The new pump station will allow the force main to go up through undeveloped property. So, anyway.
Thank you.
Just for your information.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Shirley Denkler. And Shirley will be followed by Dana Opie. Welcome, Shirley.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Denkler.
Nothing that I have to say is going to be new. It's going to be a repeat. But my husband and I have lived at 1612 Hazleton Drive for 47 years, since 1969. I'm not here to tell you, by sitting in a driveway for a couple of hours, what the traffic was like. I'm not going to tell you how safe it is. I've lived this street. I've raised 5 sons on this street. We were fortunate to know some of the original homeowners that lived on this hairpin curve. Herb and Gladys Patterson owned the tract of land in question and the residence at 1608 and Grandma Patterson's at 1602. Judge William Barton and his wife Oline, Earl and Gracie Shackelford lived directly across the street on this hairpin curve. Mr. Patterson sold that tract of land that is now being discussed to Dr. Larry Giffen. He was a relative, a physician, and a historian. And he wanted a river view so he could continue to communicate with the barges. And he was writing the life of the barges and their barge trafficking. There was never a vision of a development other than Dr. Giffen's home and a private residence. We have known the dangers of this hairpin curve. There are 8 private drives on the intimate curve. And there's Beverly Street with an additional 11 residents dumping out on this so-called hairpin curve. We are experiencing more and more large lawn equipment trucks, cement and gravel trucks, trailers and disposal equipment and trucks. All large vehicles have to maneuver this curve very carefully. Our son's car was hit by construction equipment when Dr. Giffen's home was being built. Not all accidents on Hazleton Drive require a police report. They've been resolved between the people that are involved, which was our case. Many residents avoid this section of 1502 in the 1600s on Hazleton Drive because it bottlenecks into a slope with sharp curves, parked cars, and 5 intersecting streets. Beverly, Allen Drive, Riverwood, North Circle, and East Circle. How can we actually say, put another street in there and it's going to make it safer? This proposal meets requirements to accommodate a subdivision only by using variances, setbacks, and grandfathering. It disregards safety, it infringes on the right of the adjacent homeowners, and it's not necessary for our neighbors to lose their property that they've invested in, or privacy so that a subdivision can be developed. The entire tract of land, not just small portion off of Hazelton, can be accessed from Main Street as originally planned. This is an established historic neighborhood. We are not wanting construction on our street for an indefinite period of time. We stress safety and the negative impact of the increased traffic, including that of construction on our entire neighborhood. There are many unanswered questions and fears regarding continued change of the plan of this development, and we ask you please to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dinkler. Any questions? Okay. Dana Opie, and Dana will be followed by John Laskowski. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Dana Opie. I reside at 1526 Hazelton Drive. I am speaking on behalf of Mr. Rob Johnson at 1702 Hazelton Drive. He is unable to be here because of scheduling conflicts, so he has asked me to ask a question that he has. He has one question that remains unanswered. Is the existing infrastructure on Hazelton capable of supporting the additional homes, 7 or however many, and a commercial forced sewer station the city desires? This includes electric, including the new box location, the water pipe size, cable, and phone, which both carry internet. The phone company has told Mr. Robertson, or Mr. Johnson, 1702 is 7,900 feet from the source, so he cannot have their premium cable, nor can anybody on the north side of Hazelton. So this will impact them from an infrastructure point of view, in his opinion. Mr. Johnson states there is a site egress problem as well as safety problem. He has had vehicles that have been hit at least 3 times with no police because we all are neighbors. He is not opposed to the project, just their access point on Hazelton. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mrs. Opie? Thank you. And John Laskowski is followed by Kathy Penfold. Welcome, Mr. Laskowski.
Hi, I'm John Laskowski from 1722 Hazelton. And just a few comments that we did have meetings with some of the council members in the past, and Mr. Scribner stated to the media that the neighbors are against development. We're not against development. We have problems with the access to the new development, but we're not at all against development. A lot of us have moved to that street just because we enjoy the river view. That's the reason for going there, and we think that ridge up there is a very nice place and a good potential, but again, the problem of coming through our area. The developer in the past talked about willingness to meet with neighbors and discuss these issues, and to our knowledge, the only time he met was 10 years ago, and he met with 4 neighbors. We've been very accessible, and that hasn't happened. We did meet with the 4 council members from wards 2 and 3, and at that time, none of the neighbors were speaking out against the development. The project of turning that driveway into a street is intruding on those 2 houses a great deal. The right-of-way line on the right side is about 2 feet away from the patio of the house, so people are going to lose property value, their privacy, and we think that's very significant. The other thing that really bothers us is the concern that this whole merging of the pump station property with the development seems to be kind of a sweetheart deal, and it feels like it's being very fast-tracked. And we'd like the whole thing to be slowed down and the problem studied more carefully. We know there's an EPA deadline, and we're going to be close to the deadline fairly soon. So I want to ask you to please consider, at this time, voting against this proposal, and at the very least delaying it to further research these questions and issues that have been brought up. We feel that the message, if you support the proposal, is the wrong message to the community, that if a developer comes along, has a new idea, and is talking about growth and development for the city, that the citizens in those neighborhoods, that their rights and interests are going to be ignored. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Laskowski. Any questions? Thank you. Kathy Penfold, followed by Mindy French. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Penfold. I live at 1901 North Circle Drive. Excuse the hoarseness in my voice. My husband and I have owned our residence at 1901 Circle Drive since 1980. It is at the intersection of East Circle, North Circle, and Hazelton Drives. We had lived on busier streets in other cities, and we chose this location for the peace and quiet of a low-traffic area. I'm a retired public health professional, and my primary concern for this project, as planned, is an increase in traffic on a road with several blind turns. And let me explain. In our tenure in our home, we have had 4 cars in our yard. I don't think that's normal. We have had 2 cars careen across our front yard, one hitting the house directly below the dining room windows, and that one was reported, okay, and another ending up perched on our neighbor's retaining wall, both because of a failure to negotiate a turn at night from Hazelton to Circle Drive. And that's different even than what we're talking about. That's just another turn on this road. 2 other cars failed to negotiate the same turn. One took off the fire hydrant on East Circle, and the last one went hood down into Coon Creek behind our home. 3 other cars coming down East Circle caused accidents, and there may have been others. These are the ones for sure that I remember. One failed to complete the turn and flipped over on the property in the first block of Hazelton. 2 different cars seriously damaged vehicles parked in front of residences at the bottom of the East Circle Hill. These several blind turns on Hazelton make this entrance to the subdivision unwise. The East Circle exit to West Main is the shortest route as proposed from the new subdivision and does not require going through the Dix Road stop sign or the West School traffic. It's likely to be the chosen route for both resident and construction traffic if Hazelton remains the entrance for this subdivision. And we believe that the additional noise and vibration actually will affect the quality of life of residents on East Circle. A compromise for reaching the new subdivision, we believe, is possible through a cooperative effort between the city, the developers, and the neighborhood. City staff stated to Planning and Zoning that infill development is desirable in Jefferson City, and we don't disagree. Access to all property between West Main and the Missouri River for which infill development is possible is best secured off of West Main Street, an arterial road. Property for such access was obtained by the developer, as we've already heard, a number of years ago. If the city of Jefferson were to contribute the funds toward building such a road equal to the cost of reaching the new pump station from West Main, the builder could generate the remainder of the cost through value-added cost on all building sites possible on the property. In this manner, an appropriate road and creek crossing could be constructed. to permit access to more than a few Riverview properties. We have witnessed the creative use of wooded property for building sites without clear-cutting techniques, as suggested necessary by the consultant to the builders. At the information session for residents of the neighborhood provided by the city staff, as well as at planning and zoning, and in communications with adjacent property owners for whom sewer easements were being sought, it is clear that the staff want to complete the pump station project at the lowest possible cost to the city. The developers are also clear in their interest to minimize their costs. Both of these minimum cost goals are achieved at the expense of this neighborhood. If the pump station project is important and infill development is a long-term benefit to the city, applying capital improvement funds in a cooperative effort with the developers results in a win-win-win for the city, the developer, and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Penfold. Any questions? Thank you. We have Mindy French, followed by Maggie Lucio. Welcome.
Good evening, all of you. First, I want to say thank you to every single one of you that has taken the time to come to our neighborhood. I appreciate that. I would also like to take a moment to thank Mr. Scrivener for serving his ward for all these terms and years. We can't thank you enough for your support and your encouragement, and I just want to say thank you to you. I purchased my home at 1537 Hazelton Drive in 2009. May I please have number 18? I love my home, my neighbors, and the historical old feel of this area. I chose an older, established neighborhood. This is not a newer subdivision where one might expect or anticipate expansion. If you look at the picture on the right of the hairpin turn, I am right where he is pointing to. I am on the inside of the curve in the lower half. That is my property. Because the majority of us have one single garage, many of us are forced to park multiple vehicles on the street every day. We have no choice. There are no alternatives for most of us. After a few very close calls with my Suburban, parked in various spots near my home, I decided to have a secondary driveway built along the back side of my property. You can actually see my gravel driveway there that goes up to the back of my house. I did not have the extra money to spend, but I did it anyway because I am one of the very few who can. And I saw firsthand what a difficult curve this is for cars and trucks to maneuver, even on a clear day. I heard many stories of the close calls of others on this hairpin turn. It creates safety concerns for everyone. The idea of putting a new street right in the middle of it is a very poor, irresponsible plan. It is difficult to see if anyone is approaching from either of my driveways. My original driveway is in front of the house there. Driving through this entire area is like a maze of swerving vehicles trying to dodge one another. Please do not make it any more difficult and dangerous than it already is. Could you please show number 5? The apron skirt, driveway skirt that you see there on the left, that is my gravel driveway. Directly across the street from my gravel driveway is the proposed area. I believe you can kind of get an idea what I go through every single time I try to pull out of my driveway. The very idea of destroying my neighbor's privacy and diminishing the values of their homes for someone else's benefit is beyond sad and disheartening. They are beautiful, well cared for homes with beautiful yards. We elect you to look out for us. We expect you to follow the same codes, guidelines, and restrictions that we as homeowners are required to follow. I am not opposed to the development. I am opposed to the fact that because the developer decided that his original plan, when he purchased the property, might cost him more, my neighbors and my neighborhood are being thrown under the bus. When I attended the Meet Your Candidates for City Council meeting on March 22nd, there was much discussion about abandoned houses and neighborhoods with urban blight. The majority of the candidates, some who are here tonight, expressed their concern that something needed to be done, but they were equally concerned about infringing on the rights of those property owners. I ask you, don't those same rights belong to us?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, was there any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mrs. French. At this time, we have Maggie Lucio, followed by David Patton. Welcome, Maggie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maggie Lucio, and I live at 1721 Hazelton. I'd like to thank the council for taking into consideration the questions asked this evening by the Hazelton neighborhood. We are respectfully urging that they be carefully analyzed before a final vote is taken. At the very least, we are asking that the council delay this decision until the questions have been answered. We are also requesting that the council separate the pump station issue from the access road issue, as they are two separate and distinct matters. We want to reiterate that the majority of residents from Hazelton are not opposed to the new development itself, but are opposed to the access from the Hazelton Drive. We do, however, believe that successful urban planning, if done correctly, anticipates problems before they happen. If a well-done study of the property had been done previous to the developer going ahead with his ideas, a lot of this discussion could have been avoided. This matter began with the raising of a historic home on Main Street for the access to the new development. So that begs the question, why was the house raised if the developer was not sure about the development of the road? The point being that the project keeps being revised, and it concerns the residents that the current proposal for the development is open-ended. I think it's safe to say that everyone in this room wants to watch Jefferson City develop in such a way that it is beneficial to both current and prospective residents. Please remember, as you are going over the questions we have asked this evening, that we, the Hazelton neighborhood, are also investors in the city of Jefferson, and our voices should be regarded as important and worth listening to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lucio. Any questions? Next, we have David Patton, followed by Ninian Riley. Welcome, Mr. Patton.
Thank you. If I could have the last slide in our presentation left up. My name is David Patton. My residence is 1511 Hazelton Drive. Good evening, Mayor Turgeon, Councilman. You have heard many reasons why the access from Hazelton Drive is a bad idea. I'd like to speak about a specific concern I have about this plan. In 2012, there was a meeting on Mr. Pauly's screen porch that included the developers, the property owners, and representative of the neighborhood, including myself. To my knowledge, that's the only one of 2 meetings that's happened in 10 years with those parties. The plan at that time was to have 14 or 15 lots coming off of Hazelton. We were told that 14 lots was the minimum number that was needed for this development to be cost effective. No number less than 14 was considered viable. I remember that decision very personally because I was in hopes that a smaller number could be a good compromise for my neighborhood. We were told at that meeting that large lots for premium homes would not sell, and so more smaller lots were needed for the development to succeed. Now, just 4 years later, we are being told that 7 larger lots for premium homes will sell. My concern is that people are just guessing about what the plan will actually work and not researching facts about which plan is more viable. I ask the council to help determine which plan is truly viable to be completed, not just started. I ask that time be given to collect the facts and resources to support the most viable plan here. I support development of this land with access from West Main Street. Some have said that if we reject this plan, then developers will see Jefferson City as unwelcoming. From my porch, forcing this unsafe intersection into our neighborhood is pretty unwelcoming to the citizens. We have been told that access off of West Main is too costly. I would reply that buyer's remorse by others should not become our neighborhood's sole burden. I ask that we be given time to learn the true cost comparisons between these 2 access points and who is providing those numbers. As recently as last Thursday, it was reported in the media that there can be an opportunity to discuss this plan. I'd like to accept that invitation to learn more about the development's potentials. I ask that you please oppose the creation of an intersection from Hazelton Drive. If not for the safety concerns raised, then vote to allow time to work together. The developers, city staff, city council, and the citizens to create a better way forward for us in this development. Thank you for your considerations. I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Councilman Scrivener?
I have a quick question. I think I wrote down what you said, but you said that when you met on the porch and talked about the 15 homes, you were hoping for a compromise of a smaller number.
Mhm.
So you were prepared to accept that intersection at that time if there had been a smaller number of houses.
There was a consideration of that, yes.
Okay. What's changed?
It's a dangerous intersection, and I don't believe it'll stay 15 homes.
It wasn't dangerous in 2012 when you were meeting,
Yeah, it was,
but you were willing to accept it then.
for fewer homes, but I don't believe it'll stay 7 homes. Mr. Bates has talked about developing trust with the neighborhood. We're reaching out right now saying, help us build that trust. Don't push this through tonight and say, we're going to do this anyway, because there's nothing that we've been shown, except for tonight, that says this will stay 7 homes. We've not seen any documentation that says that we can't go back to the original 15. There was 14 or 15 planned in 2012, now no more than 7. It's not enough information to build our trust.
Quite honestly, it just sounds to me like an effort to delay.
What's the hurry? Any other questions,
Any
Mayor?
further questions? Okay. Further questions? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Patton. We'll have Ninian Riley, followed by a 10-minute break, and then when we reconvene, Daniel Reed will be next. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you. I'd mentioned to the council, I live on Boonville Road. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm down where the road splits. All I can say is I've walked 30 years around that thing along the way. The first thing is, I'm sure there aren't many cars there between 8 and 5 Monday and Friday. I walk there Saturdays and Sundays, and I can tell you down in that area, that street's loaded. I come from Los Angeles, where they've got a whole bunch of crazy drivers, and I'm only surprised more by the drivers in this city and what they do. Including with respect to some of the police that must have learned in this city and around. The drivers are scary. The insurance rates are higher in this city because of the drivers. While the speed limit might be 30 and the average speed 28, and where have you seen a road around here where it's 30 miles an hour and people drive 28? You know why? Because that's a damn dangerous road, excuse my language. In response to the councilman, the sight line that you were seeing on the other ones was from the inside of the curve, and from the outside of the curve it looks different. You can see more along there, as long as there isn't a car there. First of all, talking about the pump station, as council will tell you, you don't need donated land for that pump station. You can put that pump station right where it is if you want to. Can't you? It's called eminent domain. And that little shrug is a yes. Now it would cost money, but that isn't really borne by the city. That's going to be borne by the homeowners and the people that use the sewers and that. You pass that on to us. I pay a sewer tax every month. It will go up, but you're asking all these people to bear that cost instead of me and all the citizens for that. So the idea of you have to have this plan to get that sewer. I also noticed from the plats, I've never looked at this before, there's a lot more land back there. Are they going to donate it to the city for a green area? They say they're not building back there. Are they? Are they going to donate it to you to guarantee they're not going to build back there? You heard a person just say 7 becomes 15. And it sure as heck could. That last lot in the back, what would prevent them from pushing it farther back? I was hearing Joe Bednauer talk about the different purposes for variances and things like that. Not once did I hear it say, save a developer some money. What you're asking is all these people, your voters, his voters, to pay for that. And you're asking in the sense of buyer's remorse. He could put it through, and but we don't hear about that. Or as far as that goes, pay him his fair share and let the road go down there. And pay what you'd pay for a pump station and put it on me and everybody else and give them a break on help them build that road. And that solves the same thing. You're being called upon really to decide to balance the cost to this developer against the quality of life of everybody that lives on that thing. Now, another thing I might mention, and I'm sure council can confirm it, and Bedenhauer just mentioned it in passing, if you create a dangerous intersection, you waive your sovereign immunity if there's a major accident there. And think of the accidents that have been on the tri-level because of that stupid design, because people didn't want to give up stuff. And the fact that there isn't many things on there right now, many accidents there, you punch through an intersection right there, you change the whole dynamics. The planning did real nice showing how some estimates or how easements got enlarged. Is there a single one that you punched it in a hairpin turn like that in the last dozen years or 20 years? I didn't see one up there, and that's what they're talking about. I'd suggest, sounds dumb to me, but I don't care.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. At this time, it's 9 p.m. We will reconvene. We'll take a 10-minute break at 9:10 for the remaining 8 speakers. Thank you.
That one is? Daniel J. Reed. Oh, it is not. It is not. Okay.
I wasn't sure.
So actually,
They passed me up.
okay, or is she coming to you next?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering.
She said there were 8 more. Oh, I see. Here's some down here too. I'll mention that to her that you are here. Okay, I'll make sure she knows that you're here. At least stand up.
Well, there's no sense of going out there while it's all full, so I'll wait till they start coming back in, then I'll go. Yeah. What a deal.
Oh my gosh.
I guess staff's all wrong. Yeah, but what it comes down to is ultimately, you believe in the planning and zoning committee that they did the right thing, and do you believe in your staff? And right, that is a right. So, what's the option? That's why I asked, is there another viable option? And they said there was none. So, what they were saying is, I just don't want it in my neighborhood.
I don't know what viable option that means at any cost.
But no, viable option, which means that that they can do within a reasonable cost. Yeah. Yeah. So, and that was kind of stated that way, but it's just, it's tough. Yeah. Yeah. But,
Why is it changing? That's because everybody complains every time.
right. That whole lot of that phases me. It's kind of do what I got to do and vote the way I need to vote. But I will guarantee that there will be a couple on here that on the council that will be swayed. And then it will either fail or it will be 5-5 and then the mayor will.
Yes. Oh, you're on, yes, you're on here. Did you want to, okay, so you don't need to speak for this one. Okay, we've got you as done. Perfect. Good, and I wasn't counting you in the 8, but one person left, so we figured you were part of the previous. Great. Okay, well, thank you for coming to speak, though. Thanks for coming to speak earlier. Well,
bring you some of my
If we could ask everyone to please start to take their seats. If everybody could take their seats, we will go on and begin the meeting. Okay, we will begin the meeting, and at this time I would like to ask Daniel Reed to please come to the podium. If everybody would please take their seats, we're going to reconvene the meeting. Thank you. At this time, Daniel Reed. Okay.
Dan, you're up. Dan, you're up.
Thank you. Yes. Welcome, Mr. Daniel Reed.
Good evening. My name is Daniel J. Reed. I live at 1807 Allen Drive. I've been here for 48 years. I've watched a lot of things change in town, and one of the things that always worries me is safety. I've had to use, and I had to use from my wife a number of times, all of our wonderful guys in the emergency safety departments, ambulance people and fire trucks. My concern on this whole project has been that turn, that curve, that turn. Now, Mike Bates showed you a real nice picture. It was taken as they were backing up the driveway at Chen's, which is up a back hill, which then shows everything flat out here. I walk that hill every morning. It's not flat. It's a little hard to get up sometimes. But I was surprised that I found out something that I didn't ever think about. Not a lot of the groups within the organization here in the city converse with each other enough about situations that are going on. The fire department really wasn't aware about this big change over on Hazelton. I talked to the chief. The emergency services people weren't really, brought in on the ambulance situation. I talked to the chief. And I found out that a lot of times they find out a little late in the game what's going to happen. It might be doable, but it might be doable from only one way. And in our case, it's coming off of Main, down East Circle, around the bend where East Circle, North Circle, become Hazelton, and then up that hill and a right turn into the Chen property. You can't do that with a big truck coming the other way as easily. We are in a circle at Jefferson, right where we live right there in the middle. It covers from both firehouses. If they come from 179, the fastest route is straight down Main Street, left turn onto Boonville, right turn onto Hazelton, and then try to come around. That curve banks like this. Their truck has to go into a turn like that. A little tough. I've talked to some of the cement truck drivers that helped build Dr. Gifford's house and some done work in my neighborhood. They don't go that way. Unfortunately, they come down my street, turn left onto Hazelton, and make a right-hand turn up into that subdivision area that's been proposed there. That's one thing we haven't talked about, folks. One thing that a lot of people ought to know more about is that our emergency people sometimes are put in a real bad position because of what someone wants to do about changing properties. And I think that's one of the things that we're all concerned about, and you probably heard that a number of times tonight. It's not so much just the building up there. It's the idea that we're putting a number of different people's lives in line. And to tell you for one thing, that hill is a hill. I walk it every morning with my dog, as everybody in here knows. And it's not easy getting up that hill. But you're sitting in the middle of that driveway, though, the sight lines are a lot different. But when you're going up the hill and making the turn, or coming down the hill and making the turn, your sight lines aren't near what they're telling you they are. So I just thought that'd be something that'd be a little different to bring up tonight, and I hope everybody's interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any questions? Thank you.
Bob, I thought you'd ask me a question.
All right. And we have Gary Obercrom is next. Gary will be followed by Mr. Hal Gibbs. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me tonight and allowing me to express my opinion. My name's Gary Obercrom, and I'm part of the River Bluff Estates development team. My office is at 604D Missouri Boulevard Court, Jefferson City, Missouri. So we're here tonight for the approval to add another phase to the Hazleton area with a development that is less dense development that has been presented in the past. The Hazleton area has evolved over the years and has developed in 6 different phases that span approximately 70 years with many different styles of architecture. River Bluffs Estates has an additional 7 home lots with a clean water reserve tract at the southwest or southeast property line. We feel this is a great use for the property to infill a piece of property that has been waiting to be developed for years. The infill project will create jobs and tax dollars the city needs, and at the same time requires no new infrastructure by the city. This is a win-win for all. River Bluffs Estates will be paying for the street, utility installation, stormwater utilities, and all will be providing a site for the new pump station that has been discussed since 2005 and is set to come online in 2017. The development team is proposing 7 additional lots in the development, which is 50% reduction from the number of lots that was proposed in 2012. And as a result of the reduction in the number of lots, we've been able to shorten the cul-de-sac to 650 feet, which meets the city requirements and requires no variance as it did before, as what we were asking before. We are requesting an RS3 zoning instead of the PUD plan that was submitted in 2012 at the request of the neighborhood as Mr. Patton expressed earlier, that our meeting then was expressed why we didn't just zone the neighborhood, the new subdivision as RS3. We had a PUD plan at that time, and that's why we had a PUD plan with an RS3 underlying district in there. So this time we've just come back with an RS3 to match the zoning of the whole neighborhood. In the subdivision, there'll be a 5-foot sidewalk which will be constructed on the south side of River Bluffs Court that will allow for the continuation of the sidewalks in the neighborhood and to add additional options for the neighbors. Mr. Reed will allow you to walk on a level lot, possibly, instead of having to go all the way up the hill then. A traffic study for the entrance was done, and the sight distance lines from River Bluff Court exceeds all the required sight distance lines, therefore making the intersection with Hazleton safe for both cars traveling on Hazleton and turning out of the River Bluff Court. The traffic study shows the average speed around the corner of Hazleton in the area, the intersection, to be about 15 to 20 miles per hour. The traffic study also shows that approximately 7 trips during the peak hour would be generated by the 7 new lots on the property. The traffic study shows this and will have very little impact on the traffic as it flows through the neighborhood. We do not feel the traffic generated by the development will increase any of the traffic, will impact the neighborhood at all. as few trips will be made out of it. We feel the variance does not affect the entrance at the development since it is such a small piece, has no bearing on the entrance to the development. The street will be 25 feet wide and the 5-foot sidewalk will be constructed, which meets the requirements for the court or place street. This is the only variance we're requesting for the development. Dick and I have completed many developments in the Jefferson City area and have always met the requirements of the city and the plans that were submitted to the city staff. We've always said what we were going to do. That's what we did. We've developed, over the years, Dick and Louis Otke, they developed 45 acres over in the Cedar Hill School District in 1974 to 1980. Dick and I did the Meadows by the Club subdivision out on the west side of town. Dick and Louis did Oak Creek condominiums and the Lakeside Apartments that during that time frame I was affiliated with Dick Otke at all times. Commercial projects, Capitol Plaza West, Stonehill Office Park out off of Lorenzo Green Parkway, Jefferson Street, Commerce Park, Wildwood Crossings. And that's my time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there, excuse me though, Councilman Scrivener?
I thought maybe I was going to ask Mike this, but I didn't know you were going to be up here. So there's been a lot of concern expressed tonight on the part of the neighborhood about you coming back and or maybe not even coming back, just increasing the size of the development. And I think I've heard at least a couple of people say, what assurances do we have that that's not going to happen? So what assurances can you give us?
Well, we have submitted the restrictions for the subdivision. There's no lot splits that will be allowed. There's 7 lots on the 7 additional lots on the plat for homes, and that is what our restrictions are addressing. At the end of the street, as I said earlier, on the southeast corner of the property, there is a water conservation area down in the bottom that will be it will be a restricted area that won't be able to be crossed, that will not allow us to extend the subdivision in any way. So I think the restrictions being recorded with the plat, and whenever Mayor Turgeon, excuse me, Kerry, signs that plat, that will finalize the whole thing.
Okay.
As I said before, we have looked at and done subdivisions before, and we've always done what we said, and we have no intention of doing anything else here.
Okay, and then I've heard, not tonight, or maybe I did hear it tonight, but anyway, I've heard it expressed concern about a wall being along the property. Number one, is that wall going to be on your property?
It is on our property, okay. Yes, sir.
Second question, is a wall necessary? If the property owner next to that street preferred not to have a wall, would you be willing not to put in a wall?
The wall may be able to be revisited and moved closer to the street. That would be something that we'd have to have our engineers take a look at, but we feel that the wall would be necessary. Maybe not to the height that it is, which is 5 feet at the maximum height, or the highest point from the street. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me see what else. I guess in regard to the idea that perhaps the city could contribute some toward the cost of a road, and of course you could contribute some toward the cost of a road, etc. I think Mr. Bates said earlier that the access from West Main is just not viable. It's just not going to happen. Could you see it happening at all under that scenario?
Well, I think there's a lot more issues to deal with than just the city and us joining together and building this big long cul-de-sac up through the woods. I think there's other issues that need to be addressed on that. I still don't think it's a possibility. I think the city's money would be better off spent improving the existing infrastructure in our city as opposed to building an 1,800, lineal foot cul-de-sac up into the woods.
Well, not only is there a cost of building it, but then there's a significant
maintenance
ongoing
issue.
cost to maintain it and keep snow and ice
And
off
once
of it.
again, we have safety issues involved in that.
Yeah. Okay. If there were other questions, I can't think of them right now.
Councilman Mahalovich?
Yeah, based on the testimony among the residents and their willingness to meet with you, does this in any way, do you wish to delay this so that you could meet with residents?
No, sir.
Councilman Graham?
Yes, as relates to the lots, I know we heard a lot of talk about the lots. What is the starting or the average range for the lots, the cost for the lots?
The starting price on the lots would be probably around $60,000.
Okay. And I know we're talking about 7, so there's a possibility that number could go down if someone purchased 2 lots?
Yes, sir. That's definitely a possibility. And, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound like that, but I think that we need to just move forward with this tonight, and we're all here, and I'd just rather just move forward with it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound snipey at you. Excuse me, sir.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Obercrom.
Thank you, ma'am.
And next we have Hal Gibbs, who will be followed by Jessica Christensen.
Madam Mayor and Council.
Welcome.
I am Hal Gibbs. I'm an attorney with Gibbs, Pool and Turner, and my office is at 3225 Emerald Lane. I have been in Jefferson City since 1965, so over 50 years, and I've been practicing law here in Jefferson City for be 30 years this next year in 2017. And I have been involved with Dick Ockey and Gary Obercrom for almost my entire legal practice. I had the great opportunity to have an opportunity to work with them when these guys were really just starting out. And these two men started with nothing and have built their way up, and they are the epitome of the American dream. And I can tell you, and Joe can tell you too, he's an attorney, there are some clients that problems just follow them. And that's why we have jobs as attorneys, depending on what type of attorney you are. I typically work with a lot of developers. I work with more developers than just about any other type of client. I can honestly say, first of all, I'm not being paid to be here tonight, but I've heard comments about Dick and Gary as far as some innuendo about perhaps their integrity, what they're going to do when they say they're going to do it. And with this plat being filed, if the plat is approved with the restrictions approved on it, they cannot go and change this development. The only way it could ever be changed is if there was a request and there was another variance granted at some other point in time. And so if anybody's ever concerned about that, the locals, neighbors can hold you all accountable as far as making any changes, but they cannot make changes themselves. So as far as all of the developments, Gary's talking about what they've done over periods of time. They've been involved in some of the largest commercial developments that I've worked with them on. One of the latest is the R.R. Donnelly building that has brought Contico to our town. It's brought 200 jobs to our town. One of the most complex legal matters that I've ever been involved with, considering all of that going on. Not one time in the history that I have worked with these guys has there been any person that they dealt with on the other side that had problems with them, that had to sue them, that had to threaten to sue them, that told them that you're not being honest, you're not living up to what your word was. Not one single time. I don't know that I can say that necessarily about any other client of mine, but I can definitely say it about these guys. And I think it's important to be heard and to be known that if there's anybody that can make this project be successful and work with the neighborhood for an additional 7 houses, these are the guys you want. And they will do it right and they will live up to their word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gibbs, any questions? Thank you. All right, we have Jessica Christensen, and she would have been followed by Lisa Steppelman. Lisa had to leave, so you'll be followed by Mr. Matt Connor. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, council, men and women. My name is Jessica Christensen. I, too, am a practicing attorney here in town. I practice with my mother, and I own West Main Pizza with my husband and my father-in-law. So we actually purchased our building on West Main a couple years ago and wanted to turn it into my husband's insurance agency and also what has now become West Main Pizza. We have several other projects in Columbia and one at the lake. And I guess my biggest thing is I'm not Dick Aki, but I have never had the opportunity to just say something was too expensive, so I guess we're just going to get a variance and not have to follow the rules. In particular, when we did our building on West Main at 1931 West Main, we didn't have enough parking. And I can't even tell you the tens of thousands of dollars that we had to spend to comply with the parking space requirement per square foot, depending on the type of business we put in. So, and thanks to Grandma Christensen, that was able to come about because we didn't have the money. So I actually live on Hazelton. My address is 1718. I previously lived at 1912, and I begged my husband to buy it when I was in law school because I couldn't qualify for a loan. And he did. He didn't even want to move there. And then we had our daughter, who's now 1, and I was thinking and looking around the room and kind of thinking that she's probably one of the youngest residents on Hazelton. But when we had her, and we were at 1912, it was very obvious to me after being stuck at home from having a C-section that we had to move. Our house wasn't big enough, and whenever I talked to my husband about that, he was like, I'm not moving off this street. So you either find a house for me on this street or we're staying here. So that's what we did. So I am definitely not against development. Like I said, we have projects going on in several places, and I think that our building at 1931 turned out great. We remodeled 1718 extensively. We worked with the city for that. I think it turned out great. I know some people probably don't love it. It's blue, but I like it. But I'm a runner, and I walk with my daughter, and I walk with my dog, and so I just really wanted to touch on the quality of life that we have over there. When we bought that corner, or when we bought that building on the corner over there of West Main and Dix, a good friend of mine said, there's no corner like that in this town. It's the only one like that. And that's kind of how Hazelton is. It's very unique. There's only one Hazelton. And we have people park and walk all the time. We have people run all the time. And so as a young, growing, hopefully Lord willing family, we're going to be there for a long time. And I would just encourage y'all to vote no tonight, especially in light of the fact that we have the opportunity, hopefully, to meet with them and work towards a plan. I think it would be great if we could come off West Main, if there could be a cooperative effort with the city participating. I'm all about where there's a will, there's a way, but I just don't think that trying to put a square peg in a round hole coming off Hazelton where it doesn't meet the necessary requirements that are there for a reason is the answer. So whenever we bought our building on West Main, we met with neighbors. We had coffee in the morning, and they were really concerned because it was projected to be a packaged liquor store, and they banded together, and then that didn't happen. So that guy's misfortune was my gain because then we got the building. But so yeah, that's really where I'm at, and I would encourage you and just pray that you all listen and vote no tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Christensen. Any questions? Thank you. We have Mr. Matt Connor, followed by Angela Pear, I believe. Welcome.
Thank you all for your service. My name is Matt Connor. I live at 1531 Hazelton Drive. Been in the neighborhood for almost 20 years as a homeowner and all my life through friends who lived in the neighborhood. Mr. Otke purchased this tract of land after he developed a plan that included access from West Main Street. That seemed logical, and the city backed his plan. With the city's support, Mr. Aki purchased a home on West Main Street and had it demolished in order to gain access to his planned development. If he's a developer worth his salt, he knew even then that this was just the first step in developing all of the Virgin Bluff top property in that area. And I'm glad I followed Mr. Gibbs, because he did point out that all it would take is another vote by the city council, and then the rest of the bluff opens up. So thank you for that. Mr. Aki and his partners will tell you that the construction of River Bluff Estates will enhance the Hazleton neighborhood. Quite the contrary. It seems more likely that he wants to leverage the Hazleton name to give cachet to his new development. Adding insult to injury, in an interview with the Columbia television station last week, our own representative on the city council implied that the residents he serves aren't being logical. Well, let me ask you this. Is it logical for a developer to spend many thousands of dollars on land that he says can't be developed cost-effectively? Is it logical to purchase a house and have it demolished if that access route is not worth the cost? Is it logical that the city would authorize the demolition of a home if it was in support of a pointless development plan? Is it logical for two adjacent homeowners to be forced to surrender their property rights to a project that will lower their respective property values? Is it logical for a driveway on a hairpin turn to be turned into a street? The answer is no. Allowing Mr. Aki to compromise the very history and stability of the Hazleton neighborhood does not serve those of us who act as its keepers. What would be logical is to follow through on Mr. Aki's original plan for access to this neighborhood. Provide direct access to West Main Street for its residents. Provide direct access from West Main Street for city utility and emergency services. That sounds logical to me. I'll entertain your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Councilman Scrivener?
I've heard a number of people tonight mention the devaluation of their property and the cost to the neighborhood and this development being on the neighborhood's back. Would you please be specific and tell me just exactly what costs you're going to incur?
I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about the two property owners on either side. So specifically, if you have a patio there on the back of your house, and someone could reach over from the sidewalk to shake your hand as they walk by, that situation does not exist right now.
And you think that will be the case?
Do I think that people will be walking within a step of their patio? Yes, I do, because I've walked that property. I know it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What other costs are going to be incurred?
On the other side, we have the accessory structure to Mr. Pauly's place. And again, you'll have traffic rolling by that within 10 feet where the variance is supposed to be 25 feet. That's a big chunk. This is not the 20 inches that they talk.
How many homes in Jefferson City don't have traffic driving by them? How many don't have a street next to their home?
I'm sorry?
I'm curious how many people are harmed by cars going by their home?
Within 10 feet of their structures?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we could take a look at the pictures that they put up there before.
How much have the homes on Ware Street been harmed by the 7-foot on each side of them?
Well, you'd have to ask those homeowners. I'm not those homeowners.
Okay.
But the point is, does two wrongs make a right?
I'll just leave it at that.
Good. Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Thank you.
We have Angela, and I apologize, I can't make out the last name, but Angela? Thank you. No, is it Pear? Park. Okay, sorry. Angela Park, and she'll be followed by Dawn Steyer. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Unlike a lot of people here, I haven't lived here 100 years, and I'm not third generation. I moved here in September 2011. I relocated here. I followed my brother and his wife and their 2 children who relocated here. His mother-in-law who relocated here. And that cute girl out there that did the security work happens to be my daughter, and she relocated here. So we're short-timers. I live at 1609 Beverly Street. I don't want to repeat anything that's previously been said, but I feel like I'm being double impacted by this development because you guys want to put a sewer down my backyard. I've already got a sewer easement down my side yard, and I can see all of the Chin property at higher elevation. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they called where I live the basin. My family calls it the fishbowl because elevations are higher on all four sides than me. I also wanted to point out when they were talking about the Riverwood subdivision, they said that it went in 4 phases, and I just wonder if this is going to be a phased development like that too. They platted it 4 times. I'm very, very concerned about watershed. We talked about watershed for the creek, but we didn't talk about watershed for the adjoining properties that are at lower elevations. So I'd like for that to be addressed as well. And I think that's all I have. So, gosh, I'm the shortest speaker.
Thank you, Mrs. Park. Any questions? Okay, thank you. And our last speaker is Mr. Don Steyer. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Don Steer. I live at 1719 Hazelton Drive with my 2 sons. I've been a resident for 13 years. When I tell friends or coworkers that I live on Hazelton, they know it by 2 landmarks. One is the overlook with the great view of the Missouri River, and the other is the sometimes profanely described curve at the bottom of the hill. It's something you remember after the first time you encounter it. I'm a landscape architect by training. I've been doing planning and design for 15 years. And I think it's notable that this curve has a 15-mile-per-hour design speed and a 30-mile-per-hour posted speed. More importantly, it's not a curve, it's 2 curves. It's a horizontal curve and a vertical curve. And that's what's important to remember. When the site study was done, according to the graphic, the cone that's used is from the driveway looking out. But because we're talking about a horizontal curve and a vertical curve, from my perspective, the danger is a person traveling at the speed limit coming down the hill is not going to make that turn in their lane. A person turning into a street, making a right-hand turn, if they're in a larger vehicle, a truck, an SUV, and they happen to use a little bit of that left-hand lane to make their right turn, at that nexus of the vertical and horizontal curves, you have very poor sight distance. Not so much when you're parked, turning onto, but for the oncoming traffic. Also, as a designer, I can say that if a student were to design a neighborhood and put a driveway on a curve that is both horizontal and vertical, it would be considered a teachable moment. If that student were to change the driveway to an access road for 8 homes, it would be an unpardonable failure. As a planner, I can say that this proposal fails again. At the initial open house of the project, the public works engineer wouldn't comment on the need for a neighborhood survey of attitudes towards the proposal. He said that it is considered soft science and not his area of expertise. And he's correct. Gauging community support is considered a soft science, and that is the job of planners. And that who has not spoken. If the neighborhood had been polled, the planners would be able to make a definitive qualitative statement about community support, or lack thereof, for this project. They haven't made that statement because they can't. They can't say this project contributes to the integrity of the neighborhood. They can't say it preserves beauty, that it creates harmony, or that it enhances the sense of community. final thought on the developers. This proposal is not about making a buck. That was the original project that led the developer to purchase the property on West Main Street for a proper access road. This proposal is about making an extra buck. It is cheaper to put this access off of Hazleton. When the project was originally proposed in 2006, the Hazleton neighborhood was not invited to share in the profits. Now that the prospectus for the project has changed, the profits should not come at our expense. This project is not trying to build community, but rather cash in on the social capital and the real sense of community that has been built by the past and present residents of the Hazleton and other surrounding drives. I ask you to vote against this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Steer. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our list, and I don't believe I missed anybody, but just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. At this time,
the proponent could have a rebuttal if they choose.
that's right. So at this time, if the proponent would like a, I believe it's a 5-minute rebuttal, welcome.
Mayor Mike Bates, Central Missouri Professional Services, 2500 East McCarty Street. And I will try to be brief because I know you've got a lot of work to do yet tonight. And I would start by saying I guess there are some times that we just have to agree to disagree. We hear a lot of approaches tonight, but we're trying to deal with the facts. Number one, we think we've had good engineers look at this, and from a traffic engineering standpoint, this is not a problem. Number two, we know the developer has a track record, a long track record of success. Number three, we know the project is small enough in scope that it's very easily completable. Number four, we are happy with any restrictions that the city councilor would want added to the plat that says a lot won't be subdivided for right-of-way and access to additional property. Number five, in 2010, 2012, I met with then Parks and Rec Director Bill Lockwood and said the developer was interested in their interest in that being a linear park and possible access to the river. Mr. Lockwood expressed an interest, never pursued it. We are still willing to talk about that. Number six, the access from West Main Street. I think the money would be better spent on the existing streets in the neighborhood to upgrade them, and I think they would get a better return on investment. Mr. Marash said tonight that it's a $400,000+ ticket for the access to the pump station. That wouldn't make a lot of sense to me when that $400,000 could be invested in the neighborhood infrastructure for the existing neighborhood. Infill development, we heard earlier, that was in 1950, I think staff said there were 186 homes. Now we've got 328. Well, there has been infill development occurring continually, and it's hard for us to understand, and I absolutely respect the neighbors. It's hard for us to understand how 7 buildable lots can change the character of the neighborhood. It almost feels like it's become a yes you will, no I won't situation, and we didn't want to get here on that basis. As a matter of fact, we thought the 7 lots might have a really good opportunity of making the neighborhood happy. To go a little bit farther on infill development, the Pieper property on Boonville Road, I can't remember, 25, 30 acres. We're going to have 50 to 75 homes there sooner or later. How do you deal with that issue? We've got, as a matter of fact, I live on Boonville Road. I'm not happy about the 40-some hundred or 5,000 cars on it a day right now. I could use some traffic calming. I could use the city to cut off the end of Boonville Road that connects to 179 now, that was built about 1992 or 93 because they wanted the traffic to use Boonville Road. That's not going to happen, and I really wouldn't request that. That's not reasonable. I'm not unhappy with the traffic on Boonville Road. But these same issues are going to be addressed time and again as we look to infill development. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, we had Shannon Block, who did the Karen Drive development. That was in the first ward, I believe. Very successful development. Actually say the neighbors have said he did a good job. The Orchards, Dave Burke's development off of Shell Ridge, that was one ferocious fight about we're going to ruin the neighborhood. So this is not unusual. It's the fear of the unknown. And we think it's defined well enough that the project merits going forward with. And is there possibly another day? But we have been at this since 2005. So there was a commitment from the developer to the city to move the project forward, vote it up or vote it down, and we'll go forward from there. And I appreciate your patience tonight, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Scrivener.
I wanted to make sure the proposed subdivision goes all the way as far east as the property goes, right? Correct?
Yes.
The developer
Yes.
does not own any property east of I guess it's east, I don't know what direction.
Correct. That would be downriver.
Okay. So it's
east.
all the way to the
Yes.
property line. So there's no going beyond that.
No. And I think.
And there is the riparian corridor along the creek, which cannot be crossed, correct?
Yes.
So there's absolutely no way to expand the size of this development?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that's been said several times, but several people have continued to say, we don't believe you.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll close the public hearing. And we have Associated Bill 2015-124. But as we amended the agenda, we will also take up 2015-125 and 2015-126. Now, all three, though, will be voted on separately, just to clarify that. And remind me if we already read 2015-124, did we? We did earlier, thank you. So at this time, I will turn it over to staff, and Mrs. McMillan can give us the summary and answering some of the questions, and then we will have council comments. And then after that's complete, we'll take up those three. And you can also give us the distinction of the difference between those three. Thank you, Mrs. McMillan.
Thank you. Clayton, would you pull up that?
Say it again, Janice. He couldn't hear you.
Clayton, if you could pull up the PowerPoint, the screen, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
The rezoning and the subdivisions. Well, first of all, I'll try to answer a few questions that came about. Regarding, okay, this is the rezoning. The PUD area, 14.69 acres, is the subject of the rezoning request. And the bill number 124 is the subdivision. Just to answer a few of the questions that came up, regarding the area to be consumed by the subdivision. None of the adjoining properties have any land in the subdivision. All of the land that's proposed for the development of the subdivision is owned or reflected by the Chin Tract or the Otke Tract. Regarding the access, West Main, if that was a likely candidate for extension into the area, they would likely need a variation in the length. But to be quite honest, if that was going to be on the table again, staff would be obligated to have the conversation about connectivity. And with an increased number of lots, the idea would have to be on the table of connection to Hazelton. So that would be a connection from Hazelton Drive down to West Main if the extension of West Main was going to be on the table. The trend for urban planning is for more dense development, reduced street widths, not unlike what you see in the older neighborhoods like Hazelton Drive, West Circle, East Circle, North Circle, and more dense development. So an increase in the number of lots for a subdivision would not be out of the realm of possibility under the new trends. Everything new is old again, or everything old is new again. So the lot sizes are becoming smaller in the newer developments. So that's a little bit different than what this development is proposing with larger lots. As for the character of the neighborhood, infill development does create tension. We all recognize that. But the history in this neighborhood has been 100 years of infill development. So I think that 7 houses can be accommodated without too much detriment on the neighborhood. There have also been some tear downs and rebuildings on Hazelton Drive. So the character of the neighborhood is changing a little bit just by virtue of those activities occurring. The code development is a partnership between cities and developers, and the code outlines the rules that developers are expected to abide by and how they can expect to have their proposals be approved. So the subdivision code recognizes there's no perfect world, and not every proposal is occurring in a green field in wide open spaces. That's why Section 33-13 exists. That's the variation of provision section in the code. Without that, there are a number of subdivisions that would not have been able to have been developed in our city. Among them are Hadding Place, Shell Ridge North, Cedar Woods on the Creek, Fairgrounds Acres, River Hills subdivision, and LaCar 2, which is a subdivision that's under consideration this evening. Yes, there are some variations and expectations for adjoining property. So in the examples on the setbacks Eric showed in the presentation, a lot of those subdivisions would not have been able to occur without those reduced setbacks. And I defer to the engineering division to comment on any traffic concerns. And Clayton, if you can get over to the subdivision plat. There you go. So you've seen this before. It shows the orientation of the subdivision in relation to the existing neighborhood. The preliminary plat that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission for 9 lots shows the layout of the lots and also includes the location of all of the infrastructure required: fire hydrant, street lights, sidewalks, storm inlets, sanitary sewer. All of the required infrastructure has been provided. And the subdivision code also reflects the needs of public safety personnel. Widths of the street, the turning radiuses, all of that is reflected to accommodate vehicles, emergency vehicles, and emergency services. The final subdivision plat shows the lot layouts, the areas to be dedicated to the public, the 9 lots that are available for transfer, and that does include the existing house on its own lot, and the infrastructure plans that are submitted, sanitary sewer, storm sewers, sidewalks, and street plans, are all submitted to the Department of Public Works for their review and approval. And all of those plans are in approvable form. So this plat also shows that the lots range in size from a little over half an acre, 25,000 square feet, to a little under 1 acre for the residential development, 40,000 square feet. So all of these lots exceed the standards of the zoning district that's being proposed, RS3. The RS3 lot size is 8,000 square feet. So the variation of provision that's being included in this subdivision bill pertains to the roadway design and street standards. So the street is designed as a place court. River Bluff Court is considered a low-volume residential street, and per section 33-11A6 of the code, a 50-foot right-of-way is that standard. The roadway is 650 feet in length. The minimum paved width is 24 feet. The paved width for River Bluff Court is 25 feet with curb and gutter, and parking will be allowed on one side. Regarding the right-of-way width, Eric explained what the variation of provision is on the small triangle that's adjacent to, in this case, it'd be south of the right-of-way line, because that area is not subject to being platted. So the subdivision code, section 33-13, allows variations when the owner cannot observe the requirements, and the strict application of the requirement would prevent the formulation of the plat. So that was the opinion of myself, of Matt Marash, and the Planning and Zoning Commission in approving this plat. And Bill 126 pertains to the regulation of on-street parking. And in this case, Bill 126 would allow parking only on one side of the street, and that would be on the south side of River Bluff Court. So the three bills before you, number 124 is the rezoning, and that's also subject to the statutory provisions pertaining to change in regulations, restrictions, and boundaries. And Clayton, if you can go back to the zoning map just for a moment. So the area to be rezoned is, there you go, the 14.69 acres. So the protest petition that was submitted on Friday, April 1st, contained 10 pages of signatures. And when those signatures were analyzed, it was determined that four of the owners within the 185 feet buffer area had signed met the threshold for the areas within 185 feet. So the area owned by the four referenced landowners totaled 4.12% of the affected land area. The Missouri statutes 89.060 provides that such regulations, restrictions, and boundaries may from time to time be amended, supplemented, changed, modified, or repealed. In case, however, of a protest against such change, duly signed and acknowledged by the owners of 30% or more, either of the areas of the land included in such proposed change or within an area determined by lawns drawn parallel to and 185 feet distant from the boundaries of the district proposed to be changed, such amendment shall not become effective except by favorable vote of 2/3 of the members of the legislative body of such municipality. So it's my determination that the protest petition did not meet that threshold, and so only a simple majority is required for the vote to approve the rezoning. I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mrs. McMillan? Councilwoman Ward?
Thank you. I just need some clarification on a comment you made regarding the access to West Main, from West Main. You said if that was used, then that street would be required to come out onto Hazelton?
When we sit down with developers and look at subdivisions, let me back up for just a moment. The city has a major street plan, and so the Planning and Zoning Commission adopts a major street plan. And so we have a conversation with developers on reserving right-of-way, in particular for those major streets. For all of the other streets, it's a process of discussing with the property owner and developer on how access will be provided through the land. And one of the other considerations as in subdivision development, in any development, the subdivision code also encourages us to have opportunities to extend streets through undeveloped land and not cut off any landowner from being able to access a street. So in this particular situation, you have quite a large area of inaccessible land, save for the 50 feet, the 25-foot lots off of Hazelton Drive and the strip off of West Main. So in looking at the amount of area that could be developed, we often try to work out a situation where we can have more than one way in and out of a subdivision. That's a very frequent topic when we're discussing development with subdividers. So in this case, if there was going to be a street off of West Main, it would have, if it was extended up to the pump station, there would be a very long cul-de-sac. I'm not sure, 1,300 feet. The maximum cul-de-sac length in our subdivision code is 800 feet. So not only would that require a variation from the length of the cul-de-sac, but when it's up that far, so close, in close proximity, and you're going to, if there was going to be a possibility of a large number of lots, it would only make sense to have another way in and out of the subdivision. And so we would negotiate on where that access should be. And in this case, there's only one logical place to put it, and that would be via the two 25-foot lots on the existing, through the existing subdivision. And so that would be a discussion. So what we also consider, however, is whether it doesn't make sense to do that. And so you've heard some testimony tonight about the extreme terrain that is in existence from West Main up to the creek. So if it is a very difficult and expensive proposition to put in an access that would be extended all the way from West Main through Hazelton, then of course we would look at alternative solutions. And those alternative solutions, which we don't like too often, we like to have connectivity in our street network and try to get away from cul-de-sacs. But in some cases, that's the only way a development can occur. And so in this case, with the terrain being so extreme off of the West Main access, it only makes sense that perhaps there should be a cul-de-sac off of the Hazelton Drive, and perhaps another cul-de-sac off of West Main.
Further questions? Councilman Henry?
Janice, there's been plenty of discussion tonight about infringing on property owners' rights and these 25 feet setbacks, and Mr. Polly's property and Mr. Bednar's property has been grandfathered in. Could you explain that a bit? Could you explain that a bit more for us, please?
Sure.
And why is that okay, so to speak?
Well, the zoning standards and the subdivision standards have evolved over time. The codes that are in place today were not in place in 1920 or in 1930 or in 1940 or in 1950. So the codes are constantly changing to reflect changes in expectations, in urban design, and other factors that just play into city development. So in the case of subdivisions over history, and you saw the slides that Eric showed of the existing houses that were affected by subdivision development in their eras. So that continues to exist today, and so we have to be able to accommodate infill development. And again, while we can't have a perfect world in every situation, the provisions allow for some for some relaxation of those very strict standards. And so the variation from provisions in the subdivision code does not require, or in the zoning code, does not require the city to pursue any kind of a variance from, if those standards may be relaxed. So the only time that a variance is requested from a property owner on a setback is if the owner takes an act to cause that to be needed. I don't recall any situation in Jefferson City where, because a city approved a right-of-way or acquired right-of-way or approved a subdivision for right-of-way, where any setbacks, any variances to setbacks were required. And in fact, in the case of Mr. Polly's house, his house will be a little over 22 feet from the right-of-way. And on the Bednar side, I believe that was about 15 and a half feet.
So there's nothing that says that has to be absolutely 25 feet. There's provisions for that that's in the code that say, and for the public, so they understand this, there's provisions in the code that say this can take place like this.
Yes, and in fact, also in the zoning code, there's a provision that gives the opportunity for averaging setbacks in existing development. So the code recognizes that there will be infill development and gives the opportunity for averaging those setbacks. So in many cases, we end up with setbacks that are less than 25 feet from a street or less than 10 feet from a side yard.
Councilman Scribner?
Yeah, I think sometimes the confusion is in the terminology. A variance is something, at least as I understand it, is something that is granted by the city so that a condition can be less than what is required, whereas a setback, really setbacks are something that the city is how am I wanting to put this? That, for instance, using example, Mr. Polly, his building setting within that setback, if it wasn't for the city saying that's grandfathered, technically, he could be required to tear it down because it's inside the setback, supposedly. Or if he wanted to build a new building, he couldn't build it in the setback unless he went to the Board of Adjustment and the Board of Adjustment said, that we will give you an adjustment to build within that setback. I mean, those things happen. People put signs within on city right-of-way. They build sidewalks in places where the setback wouldn't allow. I mean, those variances happen frequently. Am I right on that?
Yes, they do. Variances happen quite frequently. And, I think one of the purposes, too, of having setbacks, it does provide some protection to the city's right-of-way. So it's not just about the adjacency of a building or a structure from a right-of-way, but it also allows the city or whoever happens to have infrastructure or improvements in the
there's oftentimes
right-of-way.
utilities or something else within that right-of-way, and you have to be able to get in there and have access to it. And so as long as a building in this case isn't infringing on that, then it's really not an issue per se, as far as the city is concerned in grandfathering that in.
Yes. Yeah. We call that grandfathered because it's a situation that is not illegal. It existed at the time that either the right-of-way was created or the situation was created. So that's why it's called, it's legally non-conforming or grandfathered. And so the code addresses that situation too. We have two sections in our zoning code, legal, non-conforming situations, and non-conforming uses. So they're very different, and the code acknowledges both of those situations.
Earlier, Eric had put up, and if he could put them up again, the infill developments that I think Ware Street was one, Donald Street was another. If that series of slides could be put up for just a minute, where he went from 1950 to 1960, so forth.
Can I get the Planning and Zoning Commission? Thank you.
Yeah, the air photos. Okay, so
Or were you looking for that?
yeah, that's what I was looking for, but I wanted to start with 2015 and go backwards. Or well, 2006 would work too. It had everything, I believe. Yeah, okay, that would work. So that basically has the Ware Street and Sylvan Hills and what have you. I guess my point is, if we were to try to apply the same standard that we're being asked to apply to the concerns about putting a street on an existing lot, if we applied that same standard, you could run these maps or these air photos in reverse, and you could go back to about 1950, and that's what development would look like over in that area, because there have been at least 3 instances in this area alone where a lot was used to put a street between 2 houses. And I guess that my concern is, and I think it's a valid concern, if we apply the standards to development that we're being asked to apply to this situation, I don't know how, because a lot of what we're being asked to apply here is basically a quality of life or a nuisance or a inconvenience to the neighborhood standard. How can you not have every neighborhood every future development in the city ask us to apply that same standard to future developments? I mean, and like I said, you can run the map backwards. You can take the river bluffs or whatever the name of that was. You could take the Beverly out. You could take the Allens out, because those are all developments that were
Further questions? Mrs. McMillan? Okay. So at this time, let's take council deliberation and comments about the 3 proposals, and then before we vote, we'll make sure that we clarify the differences between the 3 that we're voting on. So at this time, are there council questions, comments? Councilman Prather?
Most of my questions focus around the safety, and it was brought up earlier with the testimony that they feel that the public or the vehicles, safety vehicles, the fire trucks and so forth, would have a tough time getting to this area, and I wanted to have Chief speak on this if he would be so able to.
We have reviewed the plats, and we did look at the area, and I visited the site, and we feel that the roadway is adequate to serve our fire apparatus and access the cul-de-sac.
Councilman Prather?
All right, and just a follow-up, like I said, the main concern is safety, and I can pretty much speak for everybody on this council. There's no one on this council that would vote for this if they thought for any reason this is going to be unsafe. And I don't want you to think that, which way we vote, we would cross that. I can guarantee we all will vote our way because we think it's safe or it's not safe. But I just kind of want to make sure that you guys understand that safety is important to us. And I have a lot of family has contacted me, friends, former teachers, friends' parents, and I appreciate all the contacts, and this is going to make it a tough decision for us. And that's why we're here, though. We have to make these decisions. That's why you guys voted us in. And just wanted to say that to determine the safety, we can go out there ourselves, we can listen to the testimony here, or we can believe in our staff and respect their opinions. We have choices to make, and like I said, it is going to be a tough choice.
Further comments? Councilman Scrivener? Microphone, please.
I
Thank
turned it
you.
off. I thought I was turning it on. I'm sorry. There was a question about water drainage onto Beverly, and I know I had spoken to Mr. Marash about that before, and I believe, if I recall correctly, you had indicated that because there would be curbs and gutters and stormwater control as a result, it would likely improve the water that is just running down over the hill off of that driveway now into the yards on Beverly. Is that, did I recall that correctly? Maybe it wasn't you I talked to, maybe it was Bangy.
Certainly, some of the drainage would be cut off with the curb and guttered street that currently runs down the hill, but each lot owner would be responsible, existing or anywhere in the city, to accept any water that is draining at them from a slope, and so deal with that on their lot. And we do offer, have a city staff person, an engineer, to go out and visit with homeowners about their particular lot and help them with those situations if need be. Of course, we do look at the drainage, and there are codes about how you build a house and where you can release water and things of that nature.
Okay, but stormwater is one of the issues that's addressed.
Yes, sir.
In a project like this. Okay. And I had one other question for Janice. I noticed in the subdivision, or in the street plat that you had up there earlier, that it is a blown up, one of the last ones you had, not the plat, but the street itself, right at where it intersects with Hazelton. I wrote down the name of it, but I don't know where I wrote it down. It's the street, the
River
drawing.
Bluff Court?
River Bluff, yeah, River Bluff Court. Actually, the drawing is what I'm looking for. That may be it. Okay, the solid black line down below the street, is that the property line?
No, that's basically the curb line.
No, I don't mean right at the street, I mean below the yellow line.
That's the property line.
Okay, the that runs at an angle?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
current property line.
So there is a portion of what, a driveway or something that is, the house that is next door there is actually utilizing part of that property now, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's what this shows.
Okay.
Councilman Mahalovich?
Yeah, I do want to say I do have respect for our developer and the projects, and appreciate the bringing his contribution to the Continental products. And so testimony in behalf of his motives, I don't accept, but I do accept the testimony with regard to the public's concern on safety. There's a reasonable expectation that the public, when they come into town, they live in our city, that they're protected. Their property's protected. We have fire and police protection. And their property, given our zoning, giving our comprehensive plans, they have certain protections. And that comprehensive plan kind of gives the developers, and it gives the residents some comfort. And when we change that plan, then that expectation goes away. So we got to be very careful about that changing of that expectation, such as what we're going to be doing tonight. There is a process. This is the process. And it's arduous for a reason, because it's protecting landowner rights. It's protecting due process. And if we were taking land, which we're not in this case, and it was characterized as such, and I regret that, there's just compensation associated with that. We take strongly the Fifth and 14th Amendments as we process and take away land rights, and we give land right. We have eminent domain at times in extreme situations. But that's not what's being talked about here. We're talking about the process of going through and modifying a treaty we have with these residents with regard to their use of their property. And that treaty reveals certain things about the neighborhood and reveals something about us. We're wanting to get their input all the time. We ask for citizen input. And then how is it that we could have this input and ignore it? So I lean towards the process, driving me to the conclusion that they have a serious concern. And I would pledge and assist and support any way we can make the Main Street option work, whether it's with Parks and Rec, whether it's with our Public Works Division. But what the public doesn't know is we received about 60 of these postcards. And a lot of vocal support. A lot of support we've got from the residents and people throughout the city with regard to their need. I was a vocal opponent or supporter of the closure of Chestnut. And in that discussion, we had voiced many community concerns about the closing of Chestnut. I was worried about the safety of LU students and the future plans. And what came to about is that the voices of the neighborhood were heard. That plan was dropped. We accommodated the safety of the students in a different way. But the neighborhood was heard, and we dropped that issue and tried to solve it through another way. So when we discount the voices of the neighborhood by saying, not in my neighborhood, I think I'm reminded by the golden rule that we are all neighbors, and that I do respect the neighborhood in Fairmont as I do on Hazelton. And I plan to vote against these three measures.
Further comments? Councilman Costales?
During the public forum here that one lady said she attended, and I have spoken out in other areas where I value the property rights of individuals, and we have to respect that. And quite often I've talked about we work for the people. So along with Councilman Mihalovich, I will be voting against this because I'm listening to the people.
Further council comments? Councilman Hussey?
I would just say that, I appreciate the councilman's comments, and not to belabor the point this evening, it's been a long night already. Appreciate the feedback of the neighborhood and the feedback of the developers and consultants and such. And I would say if we don't have an extensive conversation up here tonight, it's not for lack of interest or dedication. I think we've probably talked about this so much in private and conversations with each other in the past months that it would be probably a lot of show if we went through it for another hour or two tonight. And I think we've probably all missed the basketball game at this point too. But I would say that, to echo Councilman Mihalovich's points, that sometimes when a neighborhood speaks up, that matters. And a lot of times I think when we approach situations like this, we look for the win-win, and oftentimes we can find it with issues within the city. And I think we've all really, really struggled and thrown ideas, and it's a real challenge sometimes, and sometimes it just really stinks to be in a situation where you can't find the win-win, and you know that you've got to vote a certain way, and it's going to make somebody upset and somebody happy, or maybe everybody walks out of here miserable tonight, and whatever the case may be. And I think at times that you just agree to disagree. And I would echo Councilman Prather's point that if people arrive at a decision tonight, I mean, they're looking at it through a certain lens, and for those of us that represent the area, you know, it's maybe a little closer to us than it is for others. It doesn't mean that it's disrespectful or that other council members don't care as much about it, but sometimes it's just a little different, you know, and I think that we've appreciated this dialogue and this input from the constituents, the postcards, and it's not always happy. Sometimes it's tense, and that's the democratic process, right? That sometimes it gets a little dirty and nobody likes to see how things get made. But I will say that, you know, the voice of the neighborhood, it does matter. And I think you can cite instances where it works at this point 50 years ago, it worked 30 years ago, it didn't work here. But a lot of times those are unique situations. And not to split hairs, but you split a lot 50 years ago to put a road through or whatever. None of us were here, and I don't know, were the two adjacent property owners selling their property? Were they rentals? You know, other factors come in, and I think it's our duty to kind of look at these situations uniquely sometimes and certainly factor that in. I know for the neighborhood it's been exhausting for a long time on this particular issue, and I'm sure for the developer, they are ready for some resolution as well. So, like the two previous ones, I'll be voting against the three tonight. But I would say that, you know, if somebody reaches the conclusion tonight to vote in favor, they come at it from a different perspective, and I would hope that the community and the citizens would you know that they have the best interest of the city in mind, the safety of the citizens. And sometimes we just see things from a different perspective, and we reach a different conclusion. And that's okay, because I know I've cast votes on this council before that others have disagreed with, and the community at large maybe has disagreed with, but it's the perspective I came to it at. And so I appreciate this evening, and I'm sure everybody's ready for us to cast a vote, and we have a lot of meetings still to have too.
Thank you, Councilman Schreiber.
I want to thank everyone for your participation in this process. And I want to thank you for the cards and the letters and the phone calls and the emails. And I think I speak for what's already been said by the other council people here this evening. We're all concerned about all the citizens in our city. We're not just concerned about our own particular ward. We're all concerned about it. I have had some very dear friends over on Hazleton, one being Dr. Giffen at his old house, and then when he moved to his new house, I spent a lot of times at both places, picking him up for ME calls when I was the chief investigator. I had a very special young lady that lived at 1706 Hazleton, so I went around in the 1960s about 10,000 times around that curve headed up there. I'm sure her dad would have liked it had I not shown up, but I did. Jim Patterson was a good friend of mine that lived up there. Dixie Robb was a good friend of mine as well. So I have very, very fond association with Hazleton Drive. All of our neighborhoods in Jefferson City are historical. I have no doubt that infill, myself being a person who favors preservation very, very strongly, I think that infill can be somewhat of an insurance policy that our neighborhoods are preserved historically. I also am concerned, like some of the others, with the factor of safety in our neighborhoods as well. So I just want to take this time to thank everybody for your courtesy. You were polite. I appreciate your input. I will appreciate it in the future. I also appreciate our city staff who put a lot of time and effort in this process as well. So I want to thank you all.
Thank you. Further comments? Councilwoman Ward.
I'll make this brief. I'd like to thank everybody for participating in this process also. Your voice matters. I've lived in historic neighborhoods in Jefferson City since moving here in '99, and I know the struggles that you face living in those historic neighborhoods. I like the comment tonight I heard about being stewards of these homes. I believe we are. And I would just like to thank you for being good stewards and looking out for your neighborhood. I do agree that the correct development, and I do think that these 7 homes would have worked or could work, increasing perhaps even your property values, those that aren't directly affected. But just the placement of the street and the multiple variances that would affect those 2 properties, I just was not agreeable to that. So I thank you all again for participating in this process.
Thank you. Further council deliberation comments? I'll add a few comments myself. I support development of the homes. However, I'm concerned about access off Hazelton. The curve doesn't bother me or the number of homes. What bothers me is the proposed driveway turn street. As I sat in the driveway, it did not feel right to me. On paper, this plan looks fine, but in person, sitting in the driveway, in real life, it doesn't. Cost and terrain are cited as reasons that West Main Street access is not feasible. Maybe if a house hadn't been cleared, and maybe if we didn't have the past plan showing it there, although it was a private drive street, I might think differently. I am not convinced that the West Main access has been analyzed to the fullest. Looking ahead to the future in 10 years, in 50 years, will the West Main site make more sense? Are we looking big picture into the future? I understand and respect the decision the council will make. Also believe that Odd Key has an excellent track record in our community. They could have proposed many more lots, 30 rather than 7. And I appreciate planning and zoning, looking at the current plan. Is it feasible? I mean, they were tasked with this difficult project and spent a lot of time with it, and they came to the conclusion that yes, it is. So I appreciate planning and zoning and their advisement, although I differ from this my final conclusion. I want to see these homes developed. I want to support this plan, I really do. But I don't feel right about the Hazelton access. So although I support the rezoning piece, I don't support the overall plan, and I don't support the piece and the access off Hazelton. I believe we've taken all the council deliberations, but I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Appreciate everybody's patience on this long evening, and we have 3 bills in front of us. So the first one is 2015-124, which has already been read. So to summarize, Mrs. McMillan, just so we're all clear on what we're voting, this one is rezoning from PUD to residential RS3.
That's correct.
Any questions from the council on the specific one we're voting on? Okay. So Mrs. Powell, roll call, please.
Costales?
No.
Graham?
Aye.
Henry?
Aye.
Hussey?
No.
Mahalovich?
No.
Prather?
Aye.
Schreiber?
Aye.
Scrivener?
Aye.
Ward?
Aye.
Branch?
Aye.
3 no.
Okay, that bill passes 6-3, correct? I'm sorry.
6-4.
7-3.
7.
7, yes, 3, no,
Oh, she did.
correct?
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
So it passes. Thank you, bill passes. Now we'll take up 2015-125.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, accepting and approving the final subdivision plat of River Bluff Estates subdivision, a subdivision of the City of Jefferson, Missouri.
Any further council comments? Is everybody clear on what they're voting on here? Thank you. Mrs. Powell, roll call, please.
Graham,
Aye.
Henry,
Aye.
Hussey,
No.
Mahalovich,
No.
Prather,
Aye.
Schreiber,
Aye.
Scrivener,
Aye.
Ward,
No.
Branch,
Aye.
Costalis.
No.
4 no, 6 yes.
Okay, bill passes 6-4. 2015-126.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending Section 19-401, Schedule J, parking prohibited, subparagraph A of the Code of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, pertaining to River Bluff Court located in the River Bluff Estates subdivision.
Any questions from council? Roll call, please.
Henry,
Aye.
Hussey,
No.
Mahalovich.
No.
Prather,
Aye.
Schreiber,
Aye.
Scrivener,
Aye.
Ward,
No.
Branch,
Aye.
Costalis.
No.
Graham.
Aye.
4 no, 6 yes.
This bill passes 6-4. Okay, I'd like to thank everybody for being here this evening. And we will move on to
Can we just do consent agenda for the rest?
item 6 on the agenda, appointments by the mayor. There are none this evening. Item 7, presentations from staff consultants and invited guests. There are none. Item 8, announcements from mayor, council, and staff. Do we have any committee meeting announcements this evening or any announcements from council? Seeing none. Item B, 2016 spring cleanup dates. Mrs. McMillan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Spring cleanup is nearly upon us. Begins the week of April 18th. For those west of Jefferson Street, and begins Monday, April 25th, for those east of Jefferson Street. So you can go to our website if you have any questions about what will be picked up and what would not be picked up, but it's for large, bulky items, basically.
Thank you. Item C, National Walking Day is April 6th this week. And so we have encouraged everybody at City Hall to come to work wearing their tennis shoes that day. So I would encourage everybody out there to do some extra walking on National Walking Day, April 6th. And we will certainly be doing that at City Hall. Item 9, Lincoln University Student Representative Update. And by now, Jonathan Jackson he is doing homework as we speak.
Yeah, right.
Yes. He was here. Was Lincoln playing this evening, Carlos?
No.
Okay, just wanted to, okay. All right. Anything to add? I know the Lincoln University Gala will be occurring before we meet again, Saturday, April 16th, and I hope that people can attend that wonderful event.
Yes, and our wonderful mayor is being recognized and honored that night as well, too, so please come out and support.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's definitely a high honor for me
Yes.
to be awarded. Thank you. Item 10, presentations from the gallery on specific bills. I believe we've covered that. Did I miss anyone who needs to speak on anything else? Okay. Item 11, consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Great. 12, bills introduced, 2015-133.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending the 2015-2016 budget of the City of Jefferson, Missouri by appropriating $300,000 in additional funds within the general fund.
Mrs. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a council approval in October of 2014 for this $300,000 to extend the sewer service to the proposed Christie Drive property for the Special Olympics in Missouri. The sales tax revenues received for 2015 exceeded projections, thus providing sufficient funding in the general fund for this one-time capital payment. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you. 2015-134.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending the 2015-2016 budget of the City of Jefferson, Missouri by appropriating $5,158.74 of additional funds within the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Hilpert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back in 2014, Cole County joined a series of other counties who filed suit against Ameren UE, or defending a suit by Ameren UE about property tax. If Ameren's successful, it would have a detrimental impact on our property tax collection. When that occurred, Cole County asked that its taxing entities share in that cost. So Cole County agreed to pay the first $118,000, and then the jurisdictions would share in another $118,000 if it became necessary. It is now necessary. Cole County has expended that money, and they're now coming to us. The current bill is $5,158.74. Back then, we believe the council intended to pay for that out of the reserve fund. That's where we are. There could be another $14,000 or $9,000 to come later.
Questions? Thank you. 2015-135.
An ordinance amending Chapter 29, Sewers and Sewage Disposal, Section 29-132, Dispersal of Funds of the Code of the City of Jefferson, Missouri to reflect actual sewer bond covenants and city financial policy.
Mr. Marash?
Thank you. As the clerk indicated, this will modify our sewer code, sewage code, to reflect the most recent bond covenants. Previously, it had indicated the city must maintain a $2 million restricted fund. That came from an old loan, probably in early 2000s, late 1990s sometime, we think. And reviewed this with Public Works and Planning. They recommend approval.
Questions? Thank you. Item 13, bills pending, 2015-119.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri authorizing the continuance of a sales tax for capital improvements at the rate of 0.5%, the collection and use thereof, and providing for the submission of this ordinance to the qualified voters of said city for their approval at the election to be held on August 2, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Thank you. As mentioned, this would authorize the ordinance and the continuance of the existing sales tax for a half-cent capital improvements from April 1st, 2017 through March 31st, 2022.
Questions? Councilman Scribner?
Does the bill just authorize, is that all we're voting is authorization? It doesn't really designate the amounts, or does this bill? I can't tell you the truth.
I think this is just doing the election.
That's what I thought. It's setting the election date and so forth. Okay.
Setting the election date for April 2nd, 2016.
Further questions?
Or, I'm sorry, for August 2nd, 2016.
Further questions? Roll call, please.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scribner.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Costalis.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Bill passes. 2015-120.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri accepting and approving the final subdivision plat of LeCar 2 subdivision, a subdivision of the City of Jefferson, Missouri.
Mrs. McMillan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Carr subdivision is an existing subdivision. Clayton, can you pull up that PowerPoint?
2 subdivision, a subdivision.
LeCar Subdivision 2 is located on the north side of Creek Trail Drive, Frog Hollow Road at the intersection of LeCar. It's basically an existing development that's being platted into lots. They're all single-family residential lots. So access to the development is off of Frog Hollow Drive via one subdivision cul-de-sac. And this one likewise has a variation from the length of the cul-de-sac because it exceeds 800 feet in length. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Scrivener.
Is there any possibility that that can be extended over to Edgewood at some point, or is that city property between that? Is that,
It will not be extended over to Edgewood. This particular area, I believe, well, I think that Parks and Recreation owns a portion of that.
That's a park right there.
I was thinking that was a park area.
There's a park there.
Yes.
So
And then-
we've granted a variance on the length of this cul-de-sac, huh?
Yes, that was a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and
Do you know
Matt
how
and I.
long the cul-de-sac is? That's okay, never mind.
I'd have
It's
to
a
look
long night.
it up in
Let's
the
go on.
staff report, I'm sorry.
Okay, further questions? All right, roll call, please.
Mahalovich. Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward. Branch.
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Bill passes. 2015-121.
An ordinance
Yeah,
of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending Section 19-401, Schedule J, Parking Prohibited, Subparagraph A of the Code of the City of Jefferson pertaining to LeCar Drive located in LeCar 2 subdivision.
Mrs. McMillan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The length of this street, LeCar Drive, is 1,300 feet. And the regulation of on-street parking would be allowed on the south side of the street.
Questions? Roll call, please.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Bill passes. 2015-122 has been taken up. 2015-123.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending Section 19-401, Schedule J, Parking Prohibited, Subparagraph A of the Code of the City of Jefferson pertaining to South 10 Mile Drive.
Mrs. McMillan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the recommendations from the traffic study that was done for this area was removal of on-street parking on the south side of South 10 Mile Drive, 580 feet west of Stone Ridge Parkway. And that's what this yellow line shows, that the parking would be removed in front of the commercial developments.
Any questions? Roll call, please.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Bill passes. We'll skip to item I, 2015-128.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending the 2015-2016 budget of the City of Jefferson, Missouri by appropriating additional funds within the general fund.
Chief Schofield.
This would authorize the appropriation of the proceeds from the sale of old fire station number 3 on Industrial Drive to be used for building and grounds, infrastructure, repairs, improvements.
Questions? Roll call, please.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Bill passes. 2015-129.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending the Personnel Policy Manual pertaining to residency requirements for employees.
Mr. Hilpert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This ordinance would eliminate the 25-mile, 30-minute residency restriction on non-department director employees, but allow department directors to make those decisions on a position-by-position basis.
Questions? Excuse me, Councilman Mahalovich.
I'd kind of like to have some extended debate on this, but given the hour, I would request this to be put on the informal by the maker.
Councilman Costales?
That's fine. Let's
Okay.
put it on the
Hearing no
informal.
objection,
Appreciate
we'll
that.
put it on the informal. Okay. Informal. 2015-130.
An ordinance amending Chapter 19, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Traffic Control Signs, Signals, and Devices of the Code of the City of Jefferson, Missouri by the addition of a new subsection to bring bicycle lane regulations into compliance with state law.
Mr. Marash?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the clerk indicated, we'll add bicycle lanes that comply with state law to our code.
Questions? Roll call, please.
Ward,
Aye.
Branch,
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Henry,
Aye.
Hussey,
Aye.
Mahalovich,
Aye.
Prather,
Aye.
Schreiber,
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Bill passes 2015-131.
An ordinance amending Section 19-401, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Schedule G, Stop Intersections, Subparagraph B, Other Specified Intersections of the Code of the City of Jefferson, Missouri by the addition of Woodlawn Avenue before entering Adams Street.
Mr. Marash?
Thank you. As clerk indicated, we'll be adding stop signs to Woodlawn prior to entering Adams, and I think this came through a neighborhood complaint to the staff. Thank you.
Questions? Roll call, please.
Branch,
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Henry,
Aye.
Hussey,
Aye.
Mahalovich,
Aye.
Prather,
Aye.
Schreiber,
Aye.
Scrivener,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Bill passes 2015-132.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a $74,922.50 agreement with Stockman Construction Corporation for the Westwood Drive Stormwater Project.
Mr. Marash?
Thank you. My iPad died, so don't look at Ms. McMillan's here. I was at 100% when I started. Westwood Drive Stormwater Project. This is a construction contract with Stockman Construction for a little over $74,000 and come from the half-cent CIP sales tax. And it's on Westwood by Bassman and inlets and a crossroad pipe, and a second location on Westwood between Windsor and Southwest Boulevard, another crossroad pipe and inlets.
Questions? Roll call, please.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Henry,
Aye.
Hussey,
Aye.
Mahalovich,
Aye.
Prather,
Aye.
Schreiber,
Aye.
Scrivener,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Bill passes. Informal calendar 2015-116.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to take that off the informal calendar.
Okay.
An ordinance amending the code of the City of Jefferson, Missouri defining the minimum depth for underground, non-city-owned utilities placed in the public right-of-way.
Mr. Marash?
Thank you. The clerk indicated, we're enacting a minimum depth on utilities in the right-of-way, 24 inches. We had some recent problems where utilities were shallower than that caused some issues with some street repair. We think this will help us when we deal with those utilities. We did add why it was on the informal calendar. Some people had some questions about it, and we addressed that by adding a waiver as possible through the city administrator or designee.
Questions?
Has a substitute bill already been introduced, or does that need to be introduced?
I'm sorry,
So
yes. Substitute.
you explained the substitute,
Yeah, I
I'm sure.
explained the
but,
substitute, had
Madam
that
Mayor, that
added.
there is a substitute for that.
Thank
for
you.
that
Do we have a
bill.
motion to include the substitute?
Motion does include a substitute.
Okay. Further discussion? Councilman Prather?
I just had a question. My memory's kind of short here. It says this is the first meeting for this, so is this, that's what it says in parentheses, something like first meeting. Is this the first time we discuss this?
I think first meeting on the informal would be my guess. So- Oh, I got you.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
this is the second time we're voting on this, is all.
No. Yeah, yeah, it can't carry over to the next council.
So this is the second time we're voting on this, okay.
At this time, we'll do a voice. We'll take a voice vote to approve the substitute, and then we'll do roll call. So, all in favor of the substitute?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. And now roll call, please.
Graham,
Aye.
Henry,
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich,
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber,
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Bill passes. Resolutions 2015-39. I'll entertain a motion to remove from the table.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Mrs. Powell?
A resolution approving the intended allocation of revenues for capital improvements, sales tax G.
Thank you. And this item, we have had a few work sessions or council meetings about. There's a current,
Madam Mayor?
oh, excuse me,
I'd like to
yes.
make a substitution. I think everybody has a copy of it.
Thank you. So for the substitute, we need a motion and second.
It's a motion.
We have the motion, thank you, and second. All in favor, voice vote? Aye. Okay.
Who was the second?
Who was the second over here? Costalis was the motion, and Bob Scrivener was the second. So at this time, we have the substitute, and the summary, to summarize that, would be leaving parks as is, and then it also does include, it doesn't take out the 250,000, so that remains in, and then critical infrastructure includes fire station and airport modifications. Councilman Prather?
I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. We aren't, we're saying that we want the fire station, but we're not dedicating any specific funds toward it. Is that what this is saying?
I think what council said last time, if I may, was that you wanted, under the critical infrastructure, $250,000 for such things as. So it left a little bit of the opportunity open there. And I know council was going to consider, I think, some other funding sources for a fire station, but this particular one didn't designate fire station specifically. It just had those two, the airport and the fire station, listed as possible pieces, because there wasn't enough money to fund all of either of those.
Prather?
So I guess we are going to leave it on as a project for the sales tax,
Yes,
as a specific project, okay.
yes.
So
Contribution to it, yes. Councilman Hussey?
I think that Councilman Prather's point, because we talked about this prior to the meeting, is are we going to make a declarative statement as a council that we're including the construction of Fire Station 2 in the next sales tax? Because that's an important, just as we did about some of these other road projects, as opposed to not saying there's some funds that maybe we will if they get paired together. But are we going to say, yes, it's included, and therefore that can be communicated to the voters? I don't know if reading this spreadsheet right now makes that statement. I think it says that there's dollars that can be dedicated towards projects such as. But I think if we want to say it's included, we've got to somehow say that. And I don't know specifically how it is.
Well, do you want to strike the word such as?
Well, no,
You could, because then it's similar to what you said about the roads, it keeps it in there.
yeah, my concern is, and maybe it's because I don't know how to exactly say it, because I don't want the public to look at this and think that $250,000 buys Fire Station 2.
I would ask Steve, Mr. Kroll, or Mr. Hilbert then how to achieve that. Maybe
Yeah, I mean,
striking
thought we could
such
do just
as.
partial funding. We could list that out as partial funding for, and then designate what it is that you want. Fire station, I assume.
I think we can have to make sure we tell the public one or two major projects we want the money going to, otherwise we may not get all the support we really need out there.
Councilman Scrivener?
I have a question, and maybe Chief Schofield can help me with this, and I don't know why my memory's failing me, but how did we fund the last fire station? Was it out of sales tax F, or was it out of general revenues, pretty much? I know there was some money that we had set aside for something else. I'm trying to remember. Oh, it was the property tax. We had kind of the windfall with the property tax, and we paid for it from that, I believe.
It was a combination of multiple sources.
But there wasn't any money in F, was there?
Yeah, there was some money in F, is my
There was-
recollection.
You know how much was in F?
I can't tell you the exact number of how much was in.
I've got an F sheet, but I don't have it with me.
But to follow up on that would be that I'd be curious to know in F, was it communicated that we were going to build a fire station to the public in that campaign and such? I guess that's what I'm kind of getting at.
Well, and such as a fire station still does give us that, the point that we would like to put that in there, and and as we kind of work through, because some of these are still general enough that we're conveying that this is our interest to do that. So it may still achieve that. Councilman Scribner?
My comment would just be that is what these sales taxes are for, is that type of an expenditure. So, I mean, it really, the only problem I have with it is that we haven't done enough preliminary work to know how much money we need. It would be, in my opinion, much more defensible and much more logical if we knew what it was going to cost, and we just had a line item and said, we're going to build a new fire station. Boom, there it is. But we don't have that information. We don't have time to get it, apparently. And so that makes it a little hard to know. I mean, it makes it impossible to know exactly what you need. But to me, that's the way it should have been done.
I'm just going to say, we have a rough estimate. That's what we talked about last time, and I think we've been using $2 million, but I think the very rough estimate was 1.5 to 1.8. And then we were talking about, council at least at one point was talking about using some of the extra additional money from the sales tax F, the current sales tax, plus some other funding sources to go, of which you had the 250 in here perhaps, and then I think also some renovation money.
Fire station renovation.
Yeah, so, but certainly having a line item makes it a lot clearer.
I can,
Councilman Mihalovich?
Yeah, I kind of created this mess a little bit, because I wanted to have this critical infrastructure and building modifications sounded good, and of course I wanted to put some stuff for downtown in there, or sidewalks, and I wanted to include the Memorial Airport terminal. And once we started running out of money, it just kind of fell apart. So I would be willing to just kill that critical infrastructure and building modifications and put that 250,000 right where we think it should be, and that's at Fire Station.
I agree.
And I think we have Councilman Henry?
Well, I would say, along the lines of what Steve was saying, if we've got an estimate, we should put that in as a line item, along with that 250, because that has to be a point of this sales tax campaign, fire station. That has to be definitive.
Further questions? Councilman Prather?
Yeah, I agree. The only caveat is that we do have some money from sales tax G, which would come out of that. So, I mean, F, that's right.
Yeah, do we know how much, I mean, I wasn't at that meeting, do you know how much that is?
I don't remember offhand.
About 550. And then I had suggested taking 650 out of the fire station renovation, or, fire station relocate renovation and move down and still leave them some up there for some renovations.
Out of G.
That would get us pretty close to the 1.5.
Out of G. Right, yeah.
Do we get motions and stuff?
So
All right, so let's entertain a motion.
I'd amend the substitute by striking the critical infrastructure and building modifications, 250,000, and moving it up to under fire station / renovate under public safety.
Oh, I got it.
Is there a second?
So now, you add 662,500 to the 250,000
I got it.
in this, and then we're going to have to commit ourselves to that other 500 and so many thousand that's coming from F.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? So, any further questions? And then at this time, we'll vote, and we're voting on the substitute, we're voting to amend the substitute, so that's voice vote, right?
Yeah.
Voice vote to amend. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have the amended substitute. Any further questions? Okay. Roll call, please. Did we do that?
We
No.
accepted the substitute, and then
Okay.
we amended the substitute.
We did.
But we might need a
Correct.
motion to adopt the substitute
Thank you.
as amended.
Motion to adopt substitute as amended. Is that a motion to amend the
That's what
substitute
you
as
said.
amended?
Do we have,
Is there a motion?
did you make that motion?
Thank you.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend the substitute, accept the substitute as amended. Voice vote, all in favor?
Oh, we had a roll call.
I'm sorry, roll call.
Wait, hold on. Are we voting on the
This is to
final?
adopt,
This is the final vote
to
on it.
adopt it,
Just to adopt. This is,
to adopt.
So we didn't need a motion at that point. We already had a motion on the floor.
Motion to adopt.
Oh, well.
We didn't have a motion to adopt.
Okay.
We're where we need to be, so.
All right, so we have an amended motion on the table, and the amended motion is striking the critical infrastructure and putting that up under public safety, correct?
And you voted on that.
And we voted on that, so that's what's on the table now. Any further discussion, and then we'll take the vote.
I want to make sure, I don't mean to belabor this. I know we shifted the money, we put it in a line item that says fire station relocation renovation. Does that say Fire Station 2? Do we need to specifically state that? I just want to make sure that this is the last action on this. It goes forth now. It's on the ballot. Here's how the money's going to be spent. But I certainly wouldn't want a campaign committee or something to all of a sudden interpret to say this is what we're doing with it. Do we need to declaratively state that that's going, that it's first, I don't know, it's going to be spent on Fire Station 2.
He was the one
That's
that
the first
framed
priority.
You framed the language.
And I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. Because when we do the road projects and the cooperative projects, we name some of them. I know
And
you're not-
I think those details will come,
For this, we can
but we can put it in. You could put number 2, the 2 is, which is currently on there, but just shifting it up, shifting the 2.
Do we want to shift money from the contingency economic development up, so there's enough money sitting there, and then we can use the excess from F back into that contingency at the bottom? That way, we're showing, here's the dollar value for that fire station. Or not? Or just leave it as it
Doesn't seem
is?
like there's, just judging from the faces
Well-
here, so, okay, I don't hear a motion.
In response to what Ken was asking, I think what the next step generally is that you have this broad outline, if you will, and then staff looks at that and transit grant or overlay looks at that and says, oh, I've got $6 million over the next 5 years, and I'm going to bring you this list of projects to do with that $6 million. Or, you know, city, county, cooperative, they get together and they say, we're going to do these things. And then it's left up to us to approve or disapprove, but I think generally that's how those monies finally get spent at the end.
It's a good way to summarize it as it is the broad
Yeah,
outline.
It
That's true.
stays relatively broad. but-
That's true. Further questions, and now, but it's stated in there currently as Fire Station.
It's not stated as.
It just says fire stations is where we would move that. So if you want to designate Fire Station 2, we certainly can add that.
Yeah, I guess I understand what Bob is saying. My picture is that if there's a campaign committee working on this and they make their brochure, what authority do they go off of to put Fire Station 2 in that, or what do they tie it back to? It seems to me that that's got to be a council action. And so, yeah.
Right.
And then
That's what.
Okay.
Councilman Costales' kind of throw out there was kind of interesting as well. I mean, it's 11:15. I hate to hunt this down for 2 weeks, but I kind of wonder, like.
Well, we've talked about it. We can put an asterisk at the bottom that says there's other funding sources to be determined, if that helps you or something.
Mr. Hilbert, what would work so that we can accommodate that?
Well, Councilman Hussey, you could just make a motion to amend the category to specifically reference Fire Station 2.
Is there a
That puts it
motion to
bid.
amend the category to say Fire Station 2?
So moved.
Any further discussion? All in favor to amend it to say Fire Station 2, roll call. Or voice
You can
vote.
voice vote that if
Voice
you want.
vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, what's on the table is to amend it.
if we're specifically referring to 2, and we have a reference to that, and yet there's not enough money there to completely fund it, I think it is entirely appropriate to put an asterisk beside it, and at the bottom, put a note that says additional funding will be coming from F. And that way, that removes the confusion about whether or not it's all going to be paid for out of G or what have you.
Does that require a motion, or is the asterisk and that piece? Because that seems like that could be decided.
Yeah, it probably does, because you're passing a document, so.
Okay.
I move the asterisk be added to the reference to Fire Station 2 with a note at the bottom.
Is there a second? Second. Further discussion, voice vote to accept that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, are we clear on what we're voting on? Okay. Are we ready for roll call? Roll call, please.
Aye.
Costello.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Resolution passes. 2015-42.
Resolution authorizing the City of Jefferson to apply for the Youth Alcohol Enforcement Campaign Grant.
Chief Schrader is not here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
This resolution would allow the police department to apply for a $1,200 grant. It's a MoDOT Youth Alcohol Enforcement Grant. It's a pass-through through the University of Central Missouri Safety Center, and there are no matching requirements for the grant.
Questions? Roll call, please.
We need a motion and a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Need a motion
and a
to-
second.
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Costello.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Resolution passes. 2015-43, is there a motion?
So move.
Okay. Mrs. Powell?
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich. Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Costello.
Aye.
You know what? I just realized I skipped over Captain Wilde's explanation of that. Did you have anything to add? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't have anything to add. It's a simple state Homeland Security grant application, law enforcement terror prevention program.
Okay. Thank you, Captain Wilde. Apologize. I've gotten out of order here. 2015-44, is there a motion?
So move.
Mrs. Powell?
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scrivener.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Branch.
Aye.
Costello.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Again.
That's okay.
Chief, sorry. Schofield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may require a little bit of explanation, but I'll be brief. The automatic aid agreement would allow us to be proactive in our contingency planning with bridge construction, limiting potential access not only to the bridge itself, but also to properties in North Jeff City. And so we wanted to proactively enter into an automatic aid agreement with Whole Summit Fire District. We would still respond as we do always. We just wanted to make sure that we got initial units to make contact early, just in case we were delayed.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm falling asleep over here, you guys. Yes, yes.
Is this temporary just while the bridge is under repair, or is this something that'll be permanent?
No, it's temporary only, just during bridge construction renovation.
All right, thank you.
Okay. 17, item 18, new business, unfinished business. Any? No, I think we're done with that. Is there any new business or unfinished? I do have one item. Next meeting, April 18th, I will not be here. I'm going to be in Washington, D.C. for a university board, Association of Governing Board meetings, and so I hope to come back from that with some great experience. But while I'm gone, Councilman Scrivener is going to be running his last meeting. So Mayor Pro Tem, who's been our Pro Tem for quite some time, gets to run his last meeting.
There'll probably be at least an hour of positive comments.
Well,
by the Mayor Pro Tem.
and I real quick, I'll make it brief. but I want to follow Mayor Landwehr's tradition of a word describing every councilman. So my word for you is wise. You're welcome. I chose the word wise because the council has looked to you for leadership over the years. You've served 8 years on the council, the last few as pro tem. I've appreciated your service. You've also spent a lot of your time on the radio communicating with the public every Sunday morning on KLIK radio show on Sunday mornings, and I appreciate your involvement in the community, and I hope that you will use your wisdom for future involvement. I think there's going to be some opportunities that I hope that you won't forget about doing service to the city, because I think you still have a lot to add, and I appreciate your service over the years, and I got to serve with you as a councilwoman as well. So I really hate that I can't be here that Monday night. Don't have too much fun sitting up here without me, but I think it's kind of appropriate that you do get to sit up here as your last meeting. So good luck to the rest of the council. Bob's going to be sitting up here running that meeting, but I do want to say that the word wise, and I mean it.
Gary, you're going to miss the roast. That's actually going to be a roast for Bob.
The hour is late, but I do want to say thank you. And I
welcome.
appreciate it, and it's been fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Scribner. Was there another hand, Glenn?
I just wondered who's going to run the second meeting.
And I'll send out the procedure, but we will have, before the meeting's called to order, or as soon as it's called to order, we will have somebody, we'll talk it over ahead of time. I'll make sure the email's out, but we will designate who that person is, one of the 3 senior members. And I will also send out committee listings so that everybody will have that out in advance, because we will do that at the second meeting as well. So that will all be lined out. All right.
No, wait, closed session minutes.
Closed session minutes, approval, and that would be a roll call. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Roll call, all in favor?
Roll call.
A roll call, please.
Branch.
Aye.
Costales.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Henry.
Aye.
Hussey.
Aye.
Mahalovich.
Aye.
Prather.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Scribner.
Aye.
That's right.
Ward.
Aye.
And I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you. And we're out before